Hello. All right. Ah, Cinder. Dang it. Stop being at work. Stop being at work. Hello, you. Hello, you. How you doing? Probably good. Adam, hey, 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 hey. I'm doing good. Doing good. How are you doing? Going to try to reconnect my AirPods here. It's dead at work, so you'll watch. All right. Hell yeah. One second. Will have this working in a second. Almost ready. Almost ready here. There we go. Alright, there we go. Here, Martin. Turn off the noise cancellation. Not sure how
I shall protect the lady of the clan.
Can you guys hear everything? Did you stream anytime between now and last time? When was the last time? Okay, yeah. Playing with my speaker, my AirPods this time. What are we gonna do? I need to buy some shit. It's way too loud. Is it way too loud? Okay. I can lower it. What about now? Should be better. It's much better already. For some reason it was at plus 6 decibels. So I got that fixed up.
Feast your eyes on these super fresh fish.
Give me your super fresh fish, Uncle Son. Alright. How are you guys doing? It's fine. Evening. How much condensed resin do I even have? I have one. Oh, I still have these. Is it worth it? worth it? Not really. This gives me 3. It's not worth it. It's not worth it. Alright. Anyway, I bought fish. I have done my commissions. I have completed the event. Have I bought everything in the shop? I have bought everything in the shop. Do I need any? I might just go to Birdwatching. There's not much to do here today. What would I do to level up? I'll have a proper sword to give Joe. I guess I can give you that. Okay. These maxes. I'm running kind of low on crystal flies, though, so I'm gonna farm that a little bit. Hey, Sora Nova! Sora, hey! Holy crap! I haven't seen you in ages. How have you been? Skillful, right? It's lame. Damn it. Sora, how have you been? I have missed you. I'm kind of worried about you, too. I didn't want to... That's bull crap. So how's the stream quality, by the way? I adjusted it so that it should be streaming at a way higher rate. Let's take a look. Let's see if I can find my stream. Stream looks good. Okay.
There are leaves around,
Fine.
and I know just the tune to accompany them,
Workaholic.
if you wish to hear it.
Yeah, I feel ya. I've been struggling with the same thing myself. And I've been doing good. Ah, shit. I have to turn it off. Holy fuck. Yeah, I've been doing great. It's almost the holidays. It's Christmas, so I'm just happy with that. Cranky! Hey! Holy crap!
Lightning flash! Shudder! Let me amuse
Sora, how's art?
Shine no longer.
More speed.
I'm gonna flex my... I feel like flexing my U a bit, so... For God's sakes. 1 second. I will be right back. Okay.
You want to learn some Favonia's blade work?
I am back.
All right then, I'll
Wanna check
teach
in
you.
before bed and say
Oh
hi.
yes,
All heart's been
I'll
still.
teach you all right.
Please don't.
Mark
Still
my
saving.
words.
Should be set for PC by January. Damn. How much money left do you need for that? Maybe I can commission you something. Looks like everyone. Yeah, I know, right? Everyone is coming back. Yeah, I missed you too, Cranky. Also, I gotta say the hair be looking good. Thank you, thank you. It's a little bit too combed, but I just kind of wanted to try out something new. Yeah. Yep. All right. Yeah, Cranky, what have you been up to?
More speed.
It's been a hot minute since I've seen you. Oh, for God's sakes, I missed. I'm just gonna beat up all four of these things. Come on.
Take this! Beg for mercy. Keep it up! Can't handle your drink. Go and splash! Barbados, guide us. Take this! Flood of frost. I condemn you. Good grief.
Can't handle that shit. Can't handle this. The game is good.
I swear by my sword. Shudder. Thunderclap.
Oh. Ha. Forgot about that. There we go. There we go. Ooh, that one. My game not showing up. My game should show up. Appears to be showing up now. What's it now? What does it look like? What does it look like on mobile? Hey, finally! Quality's not dropping. I had it streaming at like 12,
More speed.
at like 2,500 kilobits per second last stream, so it just looked like pure garbage. Alright. Okay. I need to farm some of those claw things. People. Yeah. Oh yeah, this might be everything still wants it. God. Everything wants to kill me.
Lightning flash. Sketch. Barbados, guide us.
Jonathan!
Beg for mercy. Freeze to the core. Eye for an eye.
Oh, he died. Dang it. Let's do fast. Too fast. Also, Jonathan, how you been? How have you been? Yeah, I'm a flex you in this game. I'm gonna flex you this time.
More speed.
There's a chest down here?
Think you can bully me? Shudder.
Trying to stream. It's gonna be a mix of
At least good luck doesn't discriminate by clan.
and then digging around on Twitter, doing Twitter birdwatching, outsourced fact-checking initiative. So I figured I might just stream that.
Sketch! Lightning flash! Vengeance will be mine! Crush! Rack and ruin.
They just die. They just die. You are just. Oh my god. Oh lord.
I swear by my sword.
He was way too strong. Level 5. She's good. Oh, hello.
More speed. More speed. Shake it and stir. Sayonara. Bellowing thunder. Freeze to the core. I condemn you. Let us go. Barbados, guide us.
They just die. It's insane. They all just die. They just die. So desperately. It's incredible. Eula just kills them. She just kills them. It's an explosion that's just
More
insane.
speed.
She's only
More
constantly she's so freaking broken. She is so broken. I mean, I wouldn't say she's so broken, but she is like hella strong.
Take this! Vengeance will be mine. Shudder. More speed. Rack and ruin.
You got a lot of black.
Beg for mercy. Wind, hear me. Thunderclap! Take this! Crush! Freeze to the core! I condemn you!
That never gets old. Never gets old.
More speed.
I don't want to fight the big old boy. Don't feel like fighting him. Oh, you never played, but it always looks fun. It is pretty fun. I love the storyline in this game. It's very amusing.
Beg for mercy. Take this!
Almost always.
Barbados, guide us. Shudder.
Sadness in your game. It's depressing. Everyone's almost always like lost someone or something. Something bad happens to them. It's just, gosh. Hey, there should be doggos over here. What are they? The dogs are missing. Where are my dogs? Oh, there they are. There's my dogs. There's my dogs.
Beg for mercy. Flood of frost. Eye for an eye.
I've been very
More speed.
That is just
I'm here.
unbelievable. 235,000. There's no comparison. There's just I don't even. That's just that is just crazy. No, I played Genshin. I didn't finish it because my tablet needs replacing, but I was a fan of Honkai Impact. Oh, okay. I tried Honkai Impact briefly, but I didn't really get into it. I tried it maybe for like 30 minutes, but I couldn't get into it. Even though the game has
Let's go.
fast-paced and stuff.
Lightning slash!
This game is incredibly chill.
Shudder! I swear by my sword! Shaky and stir! Go as one! Lightning slash! Freeze to the core! I condemn you!
Already done for 3,000 damage. That's just...
At least good luck doesn't discriminate by clan.
Oh, looks like you got another one. See, I'll be able to treasure chest today.
More speed.
No, we're gonna use someone else. We're gonna use someone else. Let's swap out you this time for Noelle, because I do like Noelle more.
Oh, how it... Take this! I must leave no stone unturned, as a good knight should. I'll catch up. A little dusty. Just give it a spring cleaning. I'll catch up. Someone needs assistance.
Oh, I don't want to continue the quest. No. No. Let's not continue the quest. Let's just, Is there anything I need to... You know what? I'm gonna flex Eula on the new event boss. Let's have some fun with Eula on the event boss.
I'll catch up. Someone needs assistance.
But yeah, so you should totally try Genshin when you get the time, when you get the chance. I love this game.
Illusion shattered.
Oh god, no one brought it. Seriously? Did no one bring it? No one? You can't control those things.
You're fake for mercy. Disengage. That's an order. Shudder. Crush. More speed. Beg for mercy. Crush. Shudder. Vengeance will be mine. Eye for an eye. Inazuma shines eternally. So. Shine Going down!
Eula, please. Disgusting. Holy balls, 553,000 damage. Oh my god, Eula's just, she's too strong. She's too strong. Eula, please. Alright. It's not for everyone. It had more going on before the release of Genshin, so I'm not sure if it'll stop. I wasn't too much into Genshin since I tried my hardest not to get deep into gacha games. The thing with Genshin, though, is that you ignore the fact that there's a gacha system, and you would not miss much of the game since the storyline doesn't require the gacha system. It's just, it's there for quality of life and all that stuff. So, I would just keep that.
Beg for mercy. More speed. There is no escape. Crush. Rack and ruin. Freeze to the core. Shudder. Illusion shattered. Illusion shattered! Shudder! I'll take it from here. Crush! More speed. Vengeance will be mine.
This will be frozen in time. I will have order.
There is no escape.
310,000 damage. Wow. Oh my god, it's disgusting. Dude, Eula's disgusting. Eula is disgusting. Eula is disgusting. Oh my god. Oh, my problem is I would spend money in gacha a lot if I really want something. Like, I already have that issue of being, oh no, I feel you. I mean, I'm not gonna lie, I have dropped money in this game. Now, was it worth it? Yes, it was. But was it a lot of money? Yes, it was. Wait. I could have bought card tricks. But they rationalized it.
Shut up! Beg for mercy. Crush! More speed. Shut up! Good grief! Beg for mercy. Blood of frost. I condemn you. Inazuma shine eternal.
Free.
Shine down. Eye for an eye.
There we go. Eula, what do we got now? 466. Not as much as before. Still pretty good. Pretty respectable damage. God. Damn the damage. See, exactly what was tempting for that one character. Yeah, that's how I feel. That's how I feel about, that's how I felt about Zhongli. Let me show you. Actually, no, someone's already using Zhongli. Let me show you what an obscene amount of it looks like.
Crumble! This is order! Quake!
What's the hurry?
Let's light it up!
Rise! Crumble!
Yeah, that's
Dodge this! Stabilize! Rise!
Off we go! Let's light it up!
Come on.
Huh?
Gather!
There
I will have order! Order guide you!
Get out of here!
I will have order!
Going in!
This is order! Order guide you!
Oh, I didn't get to see my damage. Damn it. Yeah, stop. You have to sleep in 30 minutes. You have to work in the morning. Dang it. Stupid work. And oh, that's it. They're done. Stuff ain't cheap, especially with the chip shortages still going around. Part of the reason why the newest consoles are at a ridiculous price no matter where you get it. Yeah, Sora, yeah, there's been a chip shortage since last year. It's been so hard to get anything that uses a semiconductor. It's crazy. Uses semiconductors, I should say. It's fucking crazy just how much hard it is. How many just don't work that problem solve. I do believe she needs to live. But no, don't you have any paid time off? I'm gonna test something out. Let's try this and then see how this goes. Alright. You used it all up? Damn. See, I have not used mine all up because I'm never really off. Even when they say I'm not going to be working, I end up having to work because the nature of my job is to be on call. Okay, what do we got going on here? What do we got? Okay, so what do we got? We got those people. Okay, those people. All right. Okay. Okay. So what are we getting at? We're getting her, and her. Is that gonna be good? Is that good enough? Okay, okay. Second half will be Albedo, official. Wait a minute, official. Official. Ningguang, Shangli. Start. I'd rather do call job at this point. You're bored of Amazon Fresh. Is Amazon Fresh a? Is Amazon Fresh a?
Beg for mercy. Vengeance will be mine. I condemn you. More speed. Lightning flash! Shudder! Sketch! Now you shall perish! Can't handle your drink. Take this! Beg for mercy. Freeze to the core. Eye for an eye.
Wow, that was terrible. Man, that's a terrible run. It's a terrible run. That was terrible.
Crush! Flood of frost! Rack and ruin! Look at you! Bellowing thunder! There is no escape! Inazuma shines eternal! Vengeance will be mine. Eye for an eye. Let us cross swords. Sketch. Sayonara, sketch. Shudder. Torn to oblivion. Illusion shattered. Flood of frost. Rack and ruin.
You're just bored, being paid to be bored. The worker warehouse parts, no customer just heard more about it. Gets boring. We're just sort of like, yeah, that is extremely mind-numbing. I don't blame you. You know, if it doesn't pay that much more, then I don't know what jobs would really go, but there's a lot of people quitting their jobs, so I'm sure there's gotta be more over these than usual. You live like in Georgia or something?
Coming to be. This is order. Crumble.
Give up. As a dutiful maid would. I'll catch up.
I will have order.
Time to clean up. It's nothing. Steady as stone. Your life is mine. Don't waste my time. As a dutiful maid would.
Order guide you.
How you liking it over there? Let's do that.
Take this! Beg for mercy. Sketch! Can't handle your dream. Vengeance will be mine. More speed. Sketch! Shudder! Take this! Well met.
Coming to beat.
It's nothing. Leave it all to me.
This is order. Burst.
Don't waste my time. Submit. Time to clean up.
Live.
I must leave no stone unturned.
Order guide you. Burst forth.
Give up. Your life is mine. As a good knight should.
I will have order. Witness my great undertaking.
Leave it all to me.
Order guide you. Coming to be.
It's nothing.
Live.
You've only got Huh. Yeah, I heard that there was a lot of people moving out of New York. Being high cost of living, for one, people work remotely, for two. I definitely
There is no escape. Crush. Shaken and stirred. Diana's bellowing thunder. Well met. Flood of frost. Rack and ruin. Beg for mercy. Vengeance will be mine. Eye for an eye. Shaken and stirred. Shine down. Can't handle your dream. Inazuma shines eternal. Take this. Freeze to the core. I condemn you. Shaken and stirred.
it wasn't a good run. They took up a lot of houses here though, so if there was an issue, people trying to find places to live, they jack up the prices around. Yeah, same in Washington State, it's been crazy. Everywhere.
Shaken and Flood of frost. Torn to oblivion. Think you can bully me? Crush. Eye for an eye. Freeze to the core. I condemn you.
Still cannot keep up.
It's not over yet! Thunderflash! Beg for mercy. Look at you, Fugia! Inazuma shines eternal! There is no escape! Shudder! Vengeance will be mine! Rack and ruin! Shake and stir! Bellowing thunder! Now you shall perish!
Yeah, because you have technology for centric, you have a technology-centric area in Seattle, Redmond, Bellevue, and so you have people who don't want to come to Seattle, coming from places like Auburn, Everett, areas from, or even people in Seattle themselves. So they go ahead and they move out super far, like 50, 100, a couple hundred miles out. And so prices in every freaking county other than the county that Seattle and those other ones are in, those other three cities I just mentioned, they all went up in price while King County just stayed stable. It's ridiculous.
Coming to be! I will have order!
I must leave no stone unturned, as a dutiful maid would. Give up. Submit. Someone needs...
Burst forth!
It's nothing. Time to clean up. I'll catch up. Give up.
Order guide you!
Don't waste my time. As a dutiful maid would.
I will have order!
Your life is mine.
Very nice. 36 hours for this. Interesting. Heavy. Hey, you. I am glad you were able to swing by. How's your Monday going? And yeah, Sora, it's ridiculous. Like my brother is thinking moving out of state. Actually, no, he definitely wants to move out of state. He's able to work remotely too. So he is now one of those people who can
You seem tired.
gentrify.
Would you like some tea? I'll brew you some. Do you take sugar? 1 cube or 2?
Based Seattle cost of living salary, moving to a cheaper cost of living area. I'm stuck as a hybrid employee, so I can't leave. You literally just woke up. It's 8 o'clock almost. I'm doing good. I'm just oh, look at that. Just oh, look at that. Nine? Oh, yeah, that's right. You're. I know. You know, just streaming. I'm gonna stop. Stop Genshin now, though. That's probably this, but I don't know who you are. I'm sorry. Yeah, so apparently, like, you can get places in Texas for like a fraction of the cost you can get in a fraction of the cost you can get here. Like 5 acres of land over in Texas is like 10 grand. It would be like 100 grand to 200 grand, if not more, here. Probably 300 grand. Texas is so freaking cheap. Like maybe not 10 grand, like maybe 50 grand for 10 acres, which is a hell of a steal. You can get even cheaper in the Midwest. It's like if you're especially if you're up north, you can get it for like literally 5%. It's absurd. Yes, Sora, it's absurd. Sora, if you have the ability to work remotely, or if you have skills that can be adapted to anywhere in the country, then if you're willing to take the plunge, you can find a much lower cost of living. If you have the money, I should add. If you have the money, if you have the savings to do so, you can move out. But of course, most people don't have savings. This is what I meant about the rich getting richer because of this this whole situation. That's where my friend moved back to with her dad. Oh, where to? Was it Texas or the Midwest? Okay, time to do some. Okay, so for those who are not initiated, Twitter dragged me into their birdwatching program, which is just community. It's just crowdsourced fact checking because Twitter is a cheapskate. But I actually kind of enjoy analyzing all this stuff. So let's see what are these notes chosen for me needing help on? Texas. Oh, okay. Yeah, Texas. Depending on where you move, if your political stances lean on the left, I hear Austin's a good place. I'm not sure what other blue cities there are. Otherwise, most of the state's red. Also depends on what like industry you specialize in. And if you can, stand the weather. I don't think I can deal with flooding. If you go to Houston or with the crazy shit and hurricanes, I don't know if I can deal with that. I don't think I can deal with that. Maybe, I don't know. You're changing majors. Oh! So what are you going to now? So if you're going from engineering, what are you going to now? Son, I've only been to Texas once for a few days. It was in San Antonio, and I'll have you know, it was very strange arriving one day where it was humid, like it was so humid and damp and just kind of warmish, and then it was chilly. And then it was like sunny and almost 70. It's like really weird. Like, and this was in December. What kind of weather is that? It's like weird. It's like just weird. Washington never does that. We never see temperature changes where it goes from like 60 degrees to 30 degrees in 24 hours. That's like unheard of. It's absolutely unheard of. I'm going to go full in on Archit and use school as a crutch to build a platform. I don't really have any other options. What do you mean? Full in on art, use school as a crutch to build a platform? I'm having a brain fart. What do you mean by the second part? There it is. That is weird. It is a weird shift. Alrighty, let's take a look. Let's take a look at what fact checks we need to do. Do I want to do a Bernie Sanders one? Do I feel like doing a Bernie Sanders one? Starbucks workers median pay $12,113. Starbucks CEO compensation $40.7 million. Starbucks can afford to pay its CEO over 1,200 times what it pays its median workers. Then yeah, I think they can afford to negotiate in good faith with workers organizing to join a union. Let's take the tree here. According to his SEC proxy statements, the total annual pay for Starbucks CEO Kevin Johnson got something in my monitor here. Was 14.6 million in 2020, while the median employee pay was 12,113, a ratio of 1,211 to 1. From www.1.salary.com. This is compensation information for Kevin Johnson. Say 14,665.57. So they're saying CEO compensation, total compensation. Base pay 1.5 million, total cash comp, stock award value. Interesting. So a lot of his stocks. So cash salary. You know, the cash salary is not as high as I expected. It's actually pretty low. 3.4 million. It's for size for considering the size of Starbucks. What is their bottom line? Starbucks. Hey, it's yeah, that seems to be accurate. That is a high quality source, easy to understand, directly adjusts his tweaks claim, and provides important context. It's a good note. I can't drop out of school, so I'm going to get a BSF Fine Arts degree and focus on building a really solid portfolio. Gotcha. Well, good luck with it, Emmy. I mean, you've got the skills to do it for sure. So, wait, you're gonna go for a bachelor's? Huh? You're not just gonna settle for a two-year degree or something? If they even, I don't even know if they offer that. Okay, what do we got? What else do we got here? What the hell is this? It's not even playing the sound for me. Whatever. What is this? Would you like to add an extra $1 to your order to help feed the homeless this holiday season? Would you like to let us con you into helping fund our end-of-year tax write-off so that our company can get good press by looking charitable without dipping in our own profits, much of which is wages we stole from workers? That's okay. Yeah, let's take a look at this. The meme says, would you like to help us con you into helping fund our end-of-year tax write-off? So the first claim here is that they get a tax write-off from people donating by rounding up, okay, or for adding an extra $1. So our company can get good press by looking charitable. Okay, this assumes that they actually use their public relations department to toot their own horn here, without dipping in our own profits, much of which is wages we've stolen from our workers, and that's the third assumption there, that they're not paying fairly. Okay, let's see what the note says. False information being spread about write-offs. Okay, so they're going to be addressing the first claim in this tweet. Okay. God, Laws, you're literally the worst. I will have you know, you will be sadly mistaken. I can't draw. Oh no, I already read that. Good luck in school, my butt draw. Yeah, school's tough. School is tough. I mean, it really just depends on if I'm making enough money once again in associates. Fair, yeah, that's true. That's true. But, so if you're not getting enough money when you get your associates, you would, yeah, I guess so. This semester literally almost killed you. Yeah, no, you can't let school kill you. I think you did the right thing there. Though, don't they offer? You take it way too serious. So what do you call it? I take it seriously not because I want to succeed quote unquote at bird watching. I do it because I do intend to take analysis as a hobby more seriously, and so I kind of see this as a way to train myself. You'll see. I think this is the first time you've ever seen me do anything like this. So if you have the time for the next 2 to 4 hours, you'll see kind of what my goal is when I'm doing all this stuff. But it's not because I just want to be a Reddit mod or a Discord mod and take a free job seriously. I can assure you it's not for that. There's a reason why I'm not writing my own notes and that I'm only reviewing existing ones. Anyway, Taking the semester off and reevaluating. Okay, that's good. So they're letting you take a break. That's good. It's good. Okay, doc. So false information means right off. So USA Today says fact check: stores cannot use checkout charity funds to offset their own taxes. The claim corporate uses. Anyone who's ever been to a grocery store has probably been asked whether they want to donate a few dollars to charity at checkout. Some social media users are spreading misinformation about what happens. That's fair change. Blah blah blah. When you donate at the register, that company is using your donation fund. Your donation to fund their tax deduction, claims a meme shared to Facebook. But experts say this is false. Companies can claim their own donations, but not their customers. There are two ways corporations can raise money for charity. It's not the first time I've seen you do anything like this. What do you mean by that? Let's see here. Imagine Lulz having a hobby that isn't just work with some sparkles? I still don't understand. Oops. Fuck. There we go. Alright, let's review this real quick. Let's see how fast I can skim through this without losing the without comprehension going down. Donating a percentage of their income or by encouraging customers to donate themselves. Urban Brookings Tax Policy Center addressed this claim. Tax Policy Center reported that when a company donates a percentage of their own profits, they are eligible to deduct up to 10% of their pre-tax income per year. Okay. This is called a charitable sales promotion or commercial co-venture. It requires the corporation to register in a co-venture with the government. But then they said donations made by customers at checkout are not tax deductible for the business, as the donation does not come from the company. According to TPC, the business only serves as a collector for charitable donations from its customers and has no right to claim any of the collected funds. Okay, that makes sense. And if we go to their source, the donation amount appears on your receipt. The store only serves a collection. Yeah, it's true. Okay, so this is a true note, high quality source, easy to understand. Tweets claim, provides important context. There we go. Screw you guys. That's a good photo. That it really is a dick and balls. What the hell? Why would you fact check this? An alleged Christmas card attributed to former U.S. President Donald Trump is doing the rounds online. This postcard was not issued by Donald Trump's office. The picture of Trump has been edited to alter the shape of his... It's still funny as hell, though. Oh my god. Fact check fake Trump. Yeah, this was December. That was literally today. Good lord. Is this even worth fact checking us anymore? It's such a bad edit. Okay. Oh my god. This isn't even worth it. I'm not even gonna bother with this. Give me a different one. This is stupid. Okay, I don't want to do the earthquake ones. This is one Japanese account that always does the earthquake ones, and then someone keeps on fact checking every single earthquake one. It's like, it's too much. Like, look at this earthquake. Oh, there's actually not that many earthquake fact checks today. You can't play a video game without practically turning it. That card was so good. Oh my god, what the hell? Alright, Kamala Harris has long felt that Bluetooth headphones. Fucking goddamn it. Okay, Kamala Harris has long felt that Bluetooth headphones are a security risk, so she insists on using wired ones. 3 former campaign aides told Ruby Kramer and me that Bluetooth phobia remains. If you look closely, you'll see the clump of wires in the hand. This is posted by Alex Thompson. This tweet could be interpreted as implying that Harris' concerns are unfounded. According to IEEE and numerous security industry analysts, Bluetooth devices do have serious current vulnerabilities. From IEEE's website. Huh. Okay. Yeah, it's pretty simple, to the point. High quality sources, easy to understand. That's a good note. That's a good note. This is only... Alright. Alrighty, it's 11 p.m. I must leave. Dang it. 3 a.m.? Wait a minute. Why are you only sleeping for 4 hours? Sora. I can't do 4 hours of sleep. I just die. You can always shoot a DM or something without worrying. Alrighty. I'm notorious. I will wait. Are you on Discord or are you on Instagram? I will send you a DM later. Have a good night though. Thanks for stopping by. I missed you. Yeah, go to sleep. The SEC is investigating Trump's social media company before it even launches. From Gab.com. Politico, Trump SPAC faces SEC investigation. Okay, let's see what the Birdwatch says. Former effort, blah, blah, blah. It's not under investigation. The SPAC, Digital World Acquisition Corp, that is in talks with merging with Truth Social, is under federal investigation. So, the social media company is not being investigated with the SEC, is what this claims. Digital World Acquisition Corp, that is in talks with merging with Truth Social. So Truth Social, it sounds like, is what the name of his company is. SPAC under investigation. SPAC under investigation. The Special Purpose Acquisition Company taking former President Donald Trump's social media started public is under investigation. Okay, yeah, that is very clear from the first. That is very clear. That is extremely clear. You know, I only do 4 to 6. I wake up from it. So damn. The answer is both. Wait. I don't know what the question is anymore. I've had a brain for it. Okay. Okay, it's in is that Spanish? Okay, I don't understand that. Potentially hazardous asteroid worth nearly $5 billion will pass by Earth this week. Why is this being birdwatched? There's potentially hazardous will pass by. I don't understand why you would. I don't understand why you would birdwatch this. Are they going to say that? I bet they're going to bring up the fact that this is about 10 times the distance from the Earth that the Moon is to the Earth. There it is. I knew it. They were going to bring that. There was really no need to bring that up. I mean, yeah, I guess it hits all the marks. You said Instagram. Okay, okay, gotcha. Alrighty, well, have a good night. I hope you sleep well. Alright, that one's already been rated. Yeah, it's already green and it's already been rated. I don't need to read it. The hell is this? Birdwatch notes? What the hell? someone explain to me what far-left fascism is? Germany is not. Two conflicting notes. Okay, let's close out the SPAC stuff. That is this. This is not even. What even is this website? What even is this? What the heck is F. Smith? Who the hell is Frank E. Smith? Frank E. Smith. Who is this person? Biased account of history. I bet if I search for... Here's a trick I do. If I want to see if someone's controversial, I will search them on DuckDuckGo and see if they pop up on like alt-right websites or something. So, oh, wait a minute. Ah, crap. 1 second. I hope I don't get this. Hell yeah. I'm back. Am I back? Come on. There we go. I'm back. Okay, let's see. So let's see. Who is this Frankie Smith person? Yes, a historian. Life. Not showing up. Rome corrupted Christianity? What the hell is this? What the fuck is this shit? Oh my god, it's terrible. It's an eyesore. What is this? Frank E. Smith, John C. Sanders? Who the hell is John C. Sanders? Go this shit as well. John C. I don't think that's... What the hell is this? What is this? What is this website? What kind of rabbit hole? What kind of rabbit hole am I in right now? Cursed Evie. Bilgalik Evie. I don't even know what the hell this is. Okay, this doesn't mean anything. Secrete fluids. Oh boy. How has your fluid intake been, by the way? You've been able to keep things down more? Okay, this is some weird website. First quarter for 2003. What the fuck? Some independent researchers. This is definitely not reliable. Fluids are good. Oh, thank God. I'm glad you are doing better. Very glad you're doing better. What about solids then? Excuse me, why is this not working? That's it. That's our only book. Antiquity, A World History. Can't even read inside. What the hell? Fun to read but biased account of history. I agree with another reviewer that this was full of errors, contains several unfounded theories of history, and assumes other bits and pieces of information that are undocumented. While very knowledgeable about his own opinion, most of the information as far as dates he gives the reader would do well to take with a grain of salt. Too bad, because the book is highly interesting and easy to read. Huh. Did Frank Smith review their own work to respond to the people? The book describes religious developments and has annoyed dogmatic Hindus, Christians, Muslims, and maybe some Taoists and Buddhists. I'm sorry about that. The 1-star descriptions below were not specific concerning errors. I was very concerned about being factual, including dates. The book was selling, but in the years 2000 and 2001, I withdrew the book. The hell? Oh, shit. My eyes. Oh, my eye. Oh, God, that hurts. Sorry, 1 second. Eye headache. Oh my God, that hurts. God, it's like someone's taking a knife into the like middle of my head. Oh. Really hope it's not a migraine or something. Wow, that was fucking. That was weird. Ow. Oh, yeah, that was. Oh, that was weird. It depends with solids. I'm better keeping food down, but I get really nauseous. That sucks. Well, at least you've gotten improvement. Improvement is good. It's just very strange that you get that in the first place. It's so severe. Where I feel like I'm gonna throw up, but I just took my meds. Uh-oh. You know, I don't know about you, but like, um, you do take any... No, that wouldn't work. It's only for vertigo. You don't have any anti-nausea medications? Bro, why are we getting intense pain at the same time? I don't know. There's like a link going on between us. It's not cool. Not a good link though. Not a good connection. Okay, my eye's feeling somewhat better now. I get worried about that when it happens though, because the last time it happened, like, where my left eye just suddenly felt like it gave out, started puking, and I felt extremely nauseous for days. It's weird, because my eye was just too tired from my left eye was just too tired from staring at a phone screen. Bro, not me sobbing on the toilet. Gang, yeah. Okay. Okay, so this F. Smith does not seem to be a reliable source. I'm not gonna use that. This is. I'm sorry. So who is Giovanni Gentile though? So the source is not factual, but let's dig. Let's entertain this source. Giovanni Gentile? I don't know how to pronounce that in Italian. Let's see. Italian to English. I don't know how we pronounce this word. Oh, for God's sake. So stupid robot. Gentile. Okay. Giovanni Gentile described himself as, quote, the philosopher of fascism, end quote. He ghost wrote A Doctrine of Fascism for his country's prime minister, Benito Mussolini. Philosophically, he drew from Kant, Hegel, and Marx, system builder, the JoJo's. What about? Gentile admired Marx, although with his fellow fascists he was opposed to class struggle. Their nationalism embodied a unified patriotic... Okay, before we go any further, let's see what this shows up in. Oops. Hegelian fascism. Philosopher of fascism. Did he just... Okay. Ah, great. Now I'll be back in a few minutes. All right, hey guys. So I am going to I'm gonna be back in about 30 minutes. I am just gonna leave the stream on, so I'll say be right back 30 minutes. So yeah, I'll just leave the stream on. All right, be right back. Alright, I'm back. Alright. Hey, Freest! You're still here! I was afraid you were gone. It looks like it's just... Looks like it's just you and me. How you been? Huh. The bed is messy. Damn it. I got one. I probably should have ended the stream. You had me in the background. Oh, okay. I should probably end testing. Yeah, I should probably bring my microphone. Properties. Good. Went through a pronoun change over the past few months. Do you go by... Oh, that's right. I think you go by they, them now, right? I should probably stop chewing my gum so loudly. I'm sorry. I'm going to chew my mouth closed. I'm trying to adjust my microphone in OBS Studio. 1 second. Advanced audio properties. Pay them already. I'll try to commit that to memory. Audio input capture. Testing. Testing. 1, 2, 3. No. Testing. Oh god, that's clipping. Testing. 1, 2, 3. Testing. Testing. 1, 2, 3. Testing. 1, 2, 3. Testing. 1, 2, 3. Testing. Oh, I've been doing all right. Let's bring this up even more. Yeah, I've been doing all right. Oh god. Oh lord, that just clipped super hard. I'll try to speak more quietly. Let's see how this works. I've been good. I've just been really busy with work and also just kind of working on personal non-music projects. And on the board, I don't even remember what that was supposed to be. It's like a circle with dots in it. It says the word everyone. I think I was trying to map out like herd immunity or something like that for myself. But then it just I didn't copy it down correctly, and so I never erased it. Um, I'm thinking I should just probably restart the stream in a second here, because there's only like been one viewer in here for a while. Also, YouTube is saying I should use a bit rate of 4,500 kilobits per second. I guess I went overkill. Oops. Oh well. What do you think, Priest? Should I restart the stream in like 10 minutes? I'm sure you stream a lot more than I. You do stream a lot more than I do, so I don't know. I don't know the ins and outs. Alrighty. I will go ahead and... Oh, there's 3 viewers in here now. Maybe not. Maybe I'll just leave it be. But yeah, what are you up to? Are you still on the music grind? I should probably show me monitor now. There you go. Just going through Twitter Birdwatch. I was playing Genshin earlier. Maybe the gang's back. I hope so. I sure hope so. Okay, what the hell? Let's go to Major Hub. You are on the music grind. Nice. Very nice. I just haven't felt inspiration to work, but I've been keeping busy, so I don't feel too bad for not working on music. But hella features and not as many solo songs. Hey, if you're enjoying it, if you're enjoying it, I mean that's what matters in the end, right? If you feel the the fulfillment from it. Working on one since finishing Arcane. Cool, cool. Somebody tried to fact check a Donald Trump penis. It's so dumb. Turns out it was actually, this is not real, but still find that funny. It's the best use of Birdwatch. Second best use of Birdwatch I've seen. Okay. Is this really it? Is this really all the Birdwatch? Scroll down a bit. There you go. It's the same thing over and over. It's just NASA. Earthquake. I already did the Marjorie Taylor Greene one. There's nothing good that's being fact. No one's really fact checking. Okay. I guess we'll just go to. Guess we'll just. I guess I'll just read some shit. There was something I wanted to read. There was a book I've been wanting to read. Where is it? Where the heck did it go? Where did it go? Oh, Frank. Looking for a book. Oh, there it is. Found it. Here we go. And we change the page view to 2 pages. There we go. There's the one about dictionaries I wanted to do in here. There we go. Adam, welcome back. I didn't organize it differently so much that I just kind of moved some things, I guess. I'm just reading these sets of essays. I want to read the foreword. No, this is too boring. This is way too dry. I'm not going to read this out loud. It's too dry. Let's do something more fun. What is something more? What is something more? There's nothing good on Birdwatch because it's all old shit. What the hell? Enos Cantor Freedom? Shame on you at JLin7. Haven't you had enough of that dirty Chinese communist? I probably shouldn't say some of these words on stream. Beating you to stay silent. How disgusting of you to turn your back against your country and your people. Stand with Taiwan. Stop bowing to money and the dictatorship. Morals over money, but what the hell? She's doing good. Doing good. Sleeping. God, I need to stop chewing my mouth open. Okay, what? This Jeremy Lin is an American born in Torrance, California, of distant Taiwanese descent. Come on, come on. Is that it? Is that it? Scylla, welcome back. Welcome back, so where the hell is a distant Taiwan? On your last break from work. You got 2 more hours, I'm assuming, after break ends. Hmm. Alrighty, good luck, dude. What do you do again for? I totally forgot. I don't know if you told me. What do you do again for a living? If you don't mind me asking. The hell? You work at a potato packing warehouse. Oddly specific. And you live in like eastern Washington or Idaho, right? If I recall. That is Spud area. This was a lie. The, this does not support. Okay, I have to nitpick this. He is born in Torrance, California, but the source does not support of distant Taiwanese descent. So I will say it cites a high quality source. It's easy to understand, directly addresses the tweet's claim, and provides important context. But the sources does not support the note, and it, yeah, sources support the note. It's indeterminate whether or not he actually is of distant Taiwanese descent, so I will have to submit. I actually want to add others so I can clarify that in the feedback form. There is nothing in the Bleacher and the link to source article that mentions Lin being of distant Taiwanese distant. I just want to make sure I'm not going crazy. I sort of look for the word dissent. No, dissent. No, Taiwan. I want nothing. I mean, it can definitely search for things. There's nothing in here. I'm not going crazy. I'm not going crazy. Eastern Washington. I gotcha. Morsel, sorry, my. Want to see every morsel of food you are currently consuming. Oh my god. No, I don't think. Maybe you want to see it. Maybe you want to see that. I don't think everyone does. Arca has just been shitting the bed lately. He keeps doing random words and trying to keep me from saying curse words most of the time. Try reinstalling your keyboard. So B-Day was last month and got me a Samsung Galaxy Z Fold 3 as a present to myself. Nice! Happy belated birthday to ya. And yeah, how is that phone going? It's a very interesting phone. One of the most bizarre and still... Okay, so here is this tweet from Glenn Greenwald. One of the most bizarre and still unexplained episodes in the COVID pandemic was the group of scientists who told Fauci in late January they concluded COVID came from a lab. Within days, they publicly recanted, then received millions in grants from NIAID, controlled by Fauci. He then posts a screenshot from the Bulletin of the Atomic Scientists and states, in August 2020, the NIAID announced it would award $82 million over 5 years to 10 participants in its new network for detecting infectious diseases. Among the lucky winners, Stajik Anderson and his associate Robert Gary. The perturbing lab leak theory raised by Anderson and his colleagues on January 31st, 2020 had been safely laid to rest. Farrar and his colleagues had succeeded in the one goal also pursued by the autocrats in Beijing, that of suppressing discussion of whether the SARS-2 virus may have escaped from the Wuhan lab. All right. That's a big upgrade from a Note 9? Huh. Dude, I'm happy. I'm really happy that flip phones are coming back into vogue. Um, if Apple creates one, I'm all over that. But I'm kind of more or less like I really want the Surface Pro Duo too, the one that from Microsoft. I don't really care for a completely like uninterrupted screen. I am more than okay with having two discrete screens, one on each side in a book-like form factor, similar to what Microsoft provides. I think that's a really cool form factor. I'm totally for that instead. But it's Android, and I love the Apple ecosystem. I'm sorry, I just love the Apple ecosystem. Okay, so let's take a look from. So let's see. I wonder what people are going to raise issue with this tweet. They're probably going to provide explanations about why they recanted, or they might support this. No, let's. They might support this tweet by saying that it's accepted by more scientists. Let's find out. This evolutionary biologist at University of Utah points out Glenn's misleading claims. So he links to a tweet from this person. This is a Stephen Goldstein, evolutionary virology postdoctorate at University of Utah, previously had medicine, coronaviruses, and the Wasat. I don't pronounce that word. So, Glenn wants specifics, so here's a specific lie he told. The email from Christian to Fauci said some features of SARS-CoV-2 looked potentially engineered, but they needed to investigate further. Glenn writes he concluded COVID came from a lab. A lie. He thinks you're stupid. So, almost bizarre. Yeah, they did not conclude COVID came from a lab. Points out Glenn's me. Then you better, instead of. This note says that I shouldn't. This is lazy. Okay, look, this is lazy. I'm gonna give it a somewhat because while it cites a source, it's easy to understand. It addresses the tweet's claim. It does provide important context, but because he didn't use the note to explain what the person says in a nutshell, me having to click it to find out what the content of the note is, I only have to give it a somewhat, so I'm going to mention that. I would have given this note a helpful rating if there was at least a brief one sentence summary of what Stephen Gold said. It feels a bit yeah. I've been using Android myself for a good while, so I am more familiar with that than Apple's. Ah, yeah, Apple does have a learning curve for sure. It is more restrictive. I'm not going to lie about that. It is more restrictive, but they've gotten better at allowing things to happen, allowing things to be. I can create a poll. Oh, we'll be right back. Streaming. Oh, yeah. All right. All right. We're back. You said we might get a Sony Xperia if you ever wanted to play Call of Duty Mobile professionally, but it's pricey as fuck. So right. Why would you? Can you only play Call of Duty Mobile? Oh wow, there really is a Call of Duty Mobile. What the frick? Dude, just get an iPad. Just get an iPad Pro 5th gen. Like, wouldn't it make more sense to play on a bigger screen? The iPad Pro is an insane gaming experience. It's crazy. Those processors are not slouches. Yeah, I'm curious now. Sony Xperia. What is the newest Xperia? Okay, I'm curious. What is the newest Xperia, and how does it rank up in benchmarks compared to the iPad Pro 5th gen? I'm curious to see because they would probably be priced similarly, I would assume. Do see Apple as a more straightforward with the two once you get the hang of it. Do like the customization level that Android has. I do like the customization as well, but with the iPhone, I know that it's very cliche, but iPhones just work, and there is truth. There is truth to that. They really do just work, and I need that in my life. I'm at the point in my life where I really don't want to fiddle around with trying to customize a phone. Also, my workplace uses all iPhones for stuff, so it's best I am acquainted. Okay, so this other note says the scientists had questions and decided to investigate more. On digging deeper, they found that there was no evidence that SARS-CoV-2 was connected to a lab. No one recanted they changed their mind based on evidence, which is what scientists and anyone else should do. So this was in Facebook posts stated on June 2nd, 2021 in the Facebook post. Emails show Fauci's fellow scientists could tell early on that the coronavirus looked manufactured. This was rated false. It just works. Yeah. Oh no, I have other games. I've been playing a modded version of Black Ops 2 called Plutonium, and it's really awesome. They're under the active. Oh yeah, I remember you telling me that. It's good that there's a solid anti-cheat. Like, how do you? Damn, how the hell do you? How the hell does modders create better anti-cheat functionalities than the developers? It's crazy. Wow. Mm. Christian Anderson. The unusual features of the virus make them a really small part of the genome, so one has to really look at all the sequences to see that some of the features potentially look engineered. Did he add the word potentially? Christian Anderson. Yeah, the Dr. Fauci. Yeah. I just want the. This is where I go to DuckDuckGo to just give me the damn copy. There it is. Oh, nope. There it is. New York Post will definitely, of course, the New York Post has it. They don't play games. I wonder if the New York Times has it. Maybe I misjudged. Son of a bitch. And it's paywalled. It's paywalled. It's annoying. Newsweek. See, I just want the screenshot. Give me the screenshot. I don't have time to parse through. There it is. Features potential. Oh, so there really was. He really did put it in parentheses. Well, would you look at that? Huh. Hmm. There are still further analyses to be done, so the opinion can still change. There are still further analyses. Yeah. It's amazing. Some people take things in writing and just ignore all the context surrounding it. It's unbelievable. Hmm. Okay. Unlike Activision cough cough. Yeah, I mean, I gotta hand it to them. They really took care of the game. It'd be a shame if, I mean, surely they will not suffer the same fate as a bunch of other modders that were no longer able to release their mods because the game got reclaimed by the developer and released as a definitive edition. Oh man, that would suck. I didn't even follow that drama very closely, but yeah, they really screwed GTA on that. Question before I head back to work. Seen the new G5 LP movie? I have not. I don't really have plans to at least watch it by my own. I'm not really interested in LP. Um, what I've seen from the analysis side of the fandom, we should be getting a good deal of content throughout next year. Nice. Yeah, I'm not really paying attention much to the new LP stuff. Um, yeah, I don't even know if you can consider me a brony. I mean, I guess technically I'm a brony, but I haven't really contributed to the community. I don't pay attention to it, so. But I mean, on the other hand, like I got two Pinkie Pies, so it's got to count for something. Surely this counts for something. So yeah, maybe the last vestiges. Am I using the word vestiges right? Trace of something. Yeah, it is the last vestiges of my broniness. All right. I do believe this note is helpful. I say that counts. All right then. I guess I'm still a brony. Oh, Dinesh D'Souza. Take a closer look. Does this look real to you? Or does this look like... I don't even remember what Dinesh sounds like. I think he sounds... Take a closer look. Does this look real to you? Or does this look like a group of federal agents pretending to be right-wing extremists? I don't know. They look like right-wing extremists to me. Let's see. You know, they are pretty well dressed. I mean, pretty uniformly dressed is what I mean. You don't really see the... I'm surprised at how like uniform they are. Interesting, but I don't think that's evidence enough to say that they're FBI agents or federal agents. It's hard to disprove something that's untrue, but it's hard to disprove something that is without evidence. Not necessarily. If something is untrue, then it's hard to. Okay, I'm just nitpicking that too much. But there is no evidence that these are FBI agents, and the sheer idea that FBI agents would be allowed to do this is pretty outlandish. I'm pretty sure FBI agents have been allowed to do worse. Already have a good night, Scylla. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure FBI agents have been allowed to do much worse than pose as white nationalists. This would hardly be the. This would hardly be the most crazy thing an FBI agent has done. Reuters, white nationalists, not FBI. So Reuters says masked white nationalists march into Washington with police escort. Google, let's search for the word FBI. Doesn't show up. Federal doesn't show up. Agents doesn't show up. Make sure search is working. Metropolitan, it's working. So skimming through this really fast. Police escorted masked members of a white nationalist group. Occurred without incident or arrests. 100 members of Patriot Front shouted Reclaim America, Life, Liberty, Victory. Video of the march showed. Southern Poverty Law Center describes Patriot Front as a white nationalist group that broke off from a similar organization. The video of Saturday's march in Washington posted on the News to Share Facebook page showed occasional hecklers, but there appeared to be no organized counter-protest movement waiting for the Patriot Front as the group marched from the Lincoln Memorial to the U.S. Capitol Gardens and later a nearby Walmart parking garage. Walmart. Of course, Walmart. They were accompanied by dozens of police, some on bicycles, but it was unclear whether the group had obtained a permit for the march. You need a permit for a march? The spokeswoman for the District of Columbia Metropolitan Police said it had no record of a permit for the march. Capitol Police and the National Park Service cannot be immediately reached for comment. The Metropolitan Police spokeswoman said that the, quote, First Amendment demonstration was peaceful with no incidents or arrests, end quote. So going back to the Birdwatch note, Reuters, white nationalists, not FBI. No. No, 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 no. Not once did it say that the people were not agents. It just simply made no mention. And the absence of that does not mean that you can claim that Reuters said that it's not FBI. So based on that technicality, this is already a somewhat helpful note. You gotta be strict with the. You gotta be. Anyway, and then using Google search for many stories on this white nationalist marching. None of this directly. None of the sources here. I'm sorry, this is not a helpful note. The sources are don't support the note. It's an incorrect information. It's an incorrect conclusion. In some cases, yes, permits are needed, but I don't know where and when. Oh, okay. Yeah. I didn't know that. I thought peaceably. Oh, What about just assembling? Do you need a permit to be able to assemble in a public area? Or do you need a permit to march? That's what I wonder. Anyway, harassment or abuse, no. Inflammatory language, no. Misses the key points, it does not. So I guess it is somewhat directly addresses the key. It does. So I'm gonna say it is somewhat helpful. But dang, is this note very close to being rated a no, because the sources just don't support the note. And I'm gonna put another here, submit, and I'm gonna let them know that um, just in the note you said Reuters white nationalists. In the note author stated the note author stated, however, the absence of the Reuters, you cannot claim that X is not true if the source did not mention, did not, not all worse than laws. Neither am I. Neither am I, Adam. Well, we will learn together. Okay, so I said the note author states Reuters, white nationalists, not FBI. However, you cannot claim that something is not true just because by virtue. Let me just make sure I'm using by virtue of meaning, because as a result of, by virtue of, I mean by virtue of the absence of any mention of the claim, of the truthfulness of the claim. Wow, you cannot claim that something is not true by virtue of the absence of any mention of the truthfulness of the claim alone. So, yeah, somewhat helpful. Okay. Alright. Next one. I don't want to deal with COVID again. It's already given misleading. What the heck? I'm so in love from Ollie London. Ollie London? Isn't Ollie London that? Were they? It's a controversial person. Ollie London. Oh yeah, the transracial Korean person. Oh yeah. Like they really idolize this one Korean person. So this non-Korean person, underwent plastic surgery to become Korean. I don't I don't know. Anyway, yeah. Yeah, that's just the transracialism. That's it's very interesting thing, because race is race a social is race purely a social is I'm not sure if race is purely a social construct. I think it is, but I'm not sure. I'm not gonna. Yeah, I don't know. But if it were a social construct, and then you just transition yourself with plastic surgery to. But then if you transition yourself with surgery to match your physical appearance to a race that is not one you were born as, that means that there are physical characteristics common to that race, may be seen in other races, but common to that ethnicity or race, that are genetic. So does that mean that race is only partially socially constructed? Where am I going with this? I don't know. That must That much plastic surgery always doesn't look natural. Well, yeah, he really wanted he really wanted to emulate that one. Was it a BTS band member? I'm not one to shame people for how they want to look, but honestly, I feel like it might be damaging to his body. But I don't know. I'm not a plastic surgeon. Yeah, I'm not either. I'm just more interested at this point in kind of the logic behind that. Like, is it a valid thing being transracial? Because it brings up important questions. Is race purely socially constructed? And if it is, why do you have to physically alter your body to match that race? So let's Google it. Let's. So no, wait. Before we Google it, there's one more thing I want to speculate on. Because if you do say that race is purely socially constructed, and then you change your physical appearance via plastic surgery, or even do like melatonin injections, like that one white dude who wanted to be black, actually injected something into his skin to make his skin actually dark so that he could be black, to match physical characteristics common in those quote unquote races. Does that mean then that because those things have genetic factors to them, that race is not purely socially constructed? Okay, so let's Google and see. Is race socially constructed? Okay, so let's go to the Scientific American. Actually, let's go to some recent studies after 2019. So library guides on SAIC.edu. This is from the School of the Art Institute of Chicago. Why would I go to an art institute for for that? Race theory, really? After 2018? Okay, 2017? Can you give me some recent stuff, please? Okay, 2015. Wow. Okay, Scientific American. Just to be clear, I'm not against plastic surgery. Yeah, neither am I. I think that it has its usefulness. Um, yeah. It's partially a social thing, but it's based in culture. Well, let's see what the Scientific American has to say. So, racial categories are weak proxies for genetic diversity and need to be phased out. More than 100 years ago, American sociologist W.E.B. Du Bois was concerned that race was being used as a biological explanation for what he understood to be social and cultural differences between different populations of people. He spoke out against the idea of quote unquote white and quote unquote black as discrete groups, claiming that these distinctions ignore the scope of human diversity. Science would favor Du Bois. Today, the mainstream belief among scientists is that race is a social construct without biological meaning. So, before we go any further, let's make sure I understand what race is. Is race a social construct? So, we'll do that. Race in society. Social interpretations of race regarding the common categorizations of people into different races, often with biologists tagging on particular racial attributes beyond mere anatomy. Beyond mere anatomy. So what I was going on was like skin color, like eyes, like for that Korean, that Ollie, whatever that person was, Ollie London, like was going for purely physical characteristics. Would that be called beyond mere anatomy? I wish they had a citation for this. I could know what that means. Nat, and you only mention anatomy once in here. That's not helpful. As most social race, biology, and category. So there's two definitions of races: as biology or again categorization. A race, as it pertains to human categorization, a race is a grouping of humans based on shared physical or social qualities, and a category is generally viewed as distinct within a given society. So then, what is, just make sure, what is ethnicity? Ethnicity. 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 An ethnic group or ethnicity is a grouping of people who identify with each other on the basis of shared attributes that distinguish them from other groups, such as a common set of traditions, language, ancestry, history, society, culture, nation, religion, or social treatment. Okay, interesting. Okay, so ethnic group. I think the easiest way to say is it's people who identify with each other, whereas race, you can be grouped based on shared qualities, but you wouldn't group hmm, like if you had, like, for example, Jews and then some fictional hypothesized group of people that had similar attributes to Jews in like halfway across the world, I guess you wouldn't consider them the same ethnic group, even though they share similar values, because they don't identify with each other at all. But you could group them as a race. Let's continue further. Okay, so the term was first used to refer to speakers of common language and then to denote national affiliations. By the 17th century, the term began to refer to physical or phenotypical traits, and that means it's a set of observable characteristics or trait of an organism. So what I was referring to, phenotypical traits, and what this Ollie London person wanted to match were physical traits. So modern science regards race as a social construct, an identity which is assigned based on rules made by society, while partially based on physical similarities within groups. Partially based on physical similarities within groups, race does not have an inherent physical or biological meaning. Okay, so it seems to run only skin deep. And so going back, the answer would be it is a social construct, but it is partially based on physical similarities within groups. And so if we go to the article for transracialism, I wonder what it'll say. And it's probably something like trying to identify with an ethnic group or a racial or ethnic group by means of changing one's physical appearance to match their physical characteristics. So transracialism. But before we go any further, transracial people also feel like they have a connection to the culture. So that could you also like? There's this one Filipino transracial girl, woman, who really felt attuned to Filipino culture. Like it was absolutely in love with our culture. I'm Filipino, by the way. So she was absolutely in love with her culture. She was transgender and transracial. So it goes beyond the physical characteristics. So I wonder what this is going to say. This is not a very good article. It's very, yeah, huh, yeah. Philippine, Rachel Jadu, yeah. Jadu, yeah. Who was born to white parents but considers herself Filipina, created the Facebook page and community for others who self-identify as transracial, yeah. Jadu, Yad. I've never even heard that name before, and I'm Filipino. What kind of a name that is? Anyway, Martina Bay, isn't she that German lady? Yeah, she's that German lady. Anyway, so going back to Scientific American. Scientific American says that science would favor Du Bois. Today, the mainstream belief among scientists is that race is a social construct without biological meaning, and yet you might still open a study on genetics in a major scientific journal and find categories like white and black being used as biological variables. In an article published today, February 4, 2016? 2016. Yeah, so, in an article published February 4, 2016, in the journal Science, four scholars say racial categories are weak proxies for genetic diversity and need to be phased out. They've called on the U.S. National Academies of Sciences, Engineering, and Medicine to put together a panel of experts across the biological and social sciences to come up with ways for researchers to shift away from the racial concept in genetics research. It's a concept we think is too crude to provide useful information. It's a concept that has social meaning that interferes in the scientific understanding of human genetic diversity, and it's a concept that we are not the first to call upon moving away from, said Michael Udell, a professor of public health at Drexel University in Philadelphia. Udell said that modern genetics research is operating in a paradox, which is that race is understood to be a useful tool to elucidate human genetic diversity, but on the other hand, race is also understood to be a poorly defined marker of that diversity. Wait, let me just reread this. Modern genetics research is operating in a paradox, which is that race is understood to be a useful tool to elucidate human genetic diversity, but on the other hand, race is also understood to be a poorly defined marker of that diversity and an imprecise proxy for the relationship between ancestry and genetics. Essentially, I could not agree more with the authors, said Svant. I don't know how to pronounce that last name. He, A with umlaut, A with umlaut, B as in Bravo, O as in Oscar. Excuse me. Svant. I don't even know if I'm pronouncing that word right. Svant. I think it's Svant. A biologist and director of the Max Planck Institute for Evolutionary Anthropology in Germany, who worked on the Neanderthal genome but was not involved with the new paper. What the study of complete genomes from different parts of the world has shown is that even between Africa and Europe, for example, there is not a single absolute genetic difference, meaning no single variant where all Africans have one variant and all Europeans another one, even when recent migration is disregarded. Savant told Life Science. It is all a question of differences in how frequent different variants are on different continents and in different regions. So wait, different frequent variants are all in different continents. So you can come to the same physical characteristics but spread them around across the world. And so if you were to say that they're all part of the same race, it wouldn't make sense because they're not necessarily related to each other. Kind of like how the Negritos of the Philippines don't share. I don't believe the Negritos share. And I mean, before people say I'm racist, they're actually called Negritos. The term Negrito refers to several diverse ethnic groups who inhabit isolated parts of Southeast Asia and the Andaman Islands. Populations often described as Negrito include the Andamanese peoples, and the Andaman Islands, the Simang peoples of peninsular Malaysia, the Manik people of southern Thailand, as well as the Ayeta of Luzon Island, Ati and Tumandok of Panay Island, Agta of Sierra Madre, and Mamanwa of Mindanao Island, and about 30 other officially recognized ethnic groups in the Philippines. Based on perceived physical similarities, Negritos were once considered a single population of closely related people. However, genetic studies suggest that they consist of several separate groups as well as displaying genetic heterogeneity. Okay, please.
Heterogeneity.
Heterogeneity. Thank you. Thank you, uh, Bing. Thank you, Bing, is a 3 words I never thought I would say together. The Negritos form the indigenous population of Southeast Asia. Okay, anyway, so yeah, there's several distinct groups, and as the scientist in the Scientific American says here, yeah, they are an imprecise proxy for the relationship between ancestry and genetics, and that you can have, what do you call it? You can have different variants popping up in different places, in different regions, and even different continents. Very interesting. So I see. So I wonder then, going back to the whole transracial thing about Ollie London, like I wonder if Ollie London is like, I wonder if it's more accurate to call them trans-ethnic. Because usually, and let's take a look again one more time at the people who are transracial. Rachel Dolezal is known for identifying as a black woman despite having been born to white parents. She successfully passed as black? What? What does she look like? Oh wow, she looks black. What? That's crazy. She's white? Huh. I mean, I guess you can tell she kind of looks like a really tan white, but still, that's crazy. She successfully passed as black to the extent that she took over leadership of the Spokane branch of the NAACP. Are you kidding me? Wow. Okay, so I wonder if Rachel Dolezal identified with black culture. So let's culture. Da, da, da. Hmm. She taught the black woman's struggle, African American art history, African American culture. She taught it. It doesn't mean that she identified with it, like Jadu. See, Zabuza, I've been streaming for the last 2 hours, but you know, I'm going to be around for another hour or so. An intro to Africana studies. Okay, so Rachel Dolezal, we don't know based on the Wikipedia article if she identifies with quote unquote black culture. I mean, I know that that's such a broad thing to lump them all under because there's like you're talking about Black American culture, you're talking about Black British culture, you're talking about all the different cultures from Africa, etc., etc. Grey Owl, a British-born conservationist who publicly identified as Indigenous. His first wife revealed his ancestry posthumously. Oh man, getting screwed over by your dead wife from beyond the grave. Grey Owl disguised himself as a Native American man. While he achieved fame as a conservationist during his life, after his death, the revelation. After his death, wait, what? What? Did I misread that? His first wife revealed his ancestry posthum. Oh, I guess I misread that wrong. So his first wife revealed. Oh, I thought it was like his first wife revealed it in like a letter that you find after she's dead. Okay, so he revealed it himself after he died. So I'm talking about. So it's funny. I was going through Birdwatch, right? I was going through Birdwatch, Zabuza, and I get to this part about Ollie London saying, "I'm so in love with Ariana Grande's new Asian look. It looks so cute and oriental. Welcome to the transracial club, Ari. So happy to have you join me. Can we become the king and queen of Korea together already?" Hashtag Ollie London, hashtag Ariana Grande, hashtag transracial. Oh yeah, and they also had the crown, queen, or princess and prince emojis there. Anyway, so I was like, and then I was like, oh yeah, Ollie London. And I looked into Ollie London. Let me scroll some of this old stuff here. And then I was like, is Ollie London, like, can you be trans? Like, I was thinking, wait, is social. What was the original questions I had? It all started with me asking myself, is race a social construct? If it is, then what's the point of trying to match your physical characteristics to that of, like, say, Koreans or Filipinas, um, if it's a purely social construct? Because those things are rooted in genetics. Those characteristics that you're trying to match. Like, look at Ollie London. Oh, that's not a good picture. Where's a good picture of Ollie London? I don't know. Ollie London. Like, oh gosh, come on. Crosswalk. I know the crosswalks are right there. Seriously? Traffic lights? There's no traffic lights there. Ollie London. That is a. This person's white. But they are now saying that they're transracial. See? Trying to resemble this BTS guy. So, yeah. They pay like $100,000. Anyway, so I was thinking to myself, is race actually socially constructed then? Like, is it purely socially constructed or is it at least partially? Turns out it's partially. So you see all these tabs I got open. I'm reading this article from Scientific American that talks about this. So it says here that what the study of complete genomes from different parts of the world has shown is that even between Africa and Europe, for example, there is not a single absolute genetic difference, meaning no single variant where all Africans have one variant and all Europeans another one, even when recent migration is disregarded. The first name is Svante. I don't know how to pronounce that last name. Told Life Science. It is all a question of differences in how frequent different variants are on different continents and in different regions. Yeah, that person. Yeah, the transracial Korean. In one example that demonstrated genetic differences, were not fixed along racial lines, the full genomes of James Watson and Craig Venter, two famous American scientists of European ancestry, were compared to that of a Korean scientist, Song Jin Kim. Oh man, I'm so bad at Korean names. Song. How do you pronounce it? How do you pronounce it? How do you pronounce it? Help me out.
Sion.
Sion. Is it really Sion? Come on. Sung? Sion? Sung? Sung. It's Sung. Okay. Sung Jin Kim. Turned out that Watson, who ironically became ostracized in the scientific community after amazing Watson. Okay, so the full genomes of James Watson and Craig Venter, two famous American scientists of European ancestry, were compared to that of Korean scientist Sung Jin Kim. It turned out that Watson, who ironically became ostracized in the scientific community after making racist remarks, and Venter shared fewer variations in their genetic sequences than they each shared with Kim. Wait, they shared fewer variations. Huh. Assumptions about genetic differences between people. Wait. Turned out that Watson and. I gotta read this. Ooh, the first. The abstract results. Just give me the abstract, damn it. We present the first Korean individual. Okay, what was the study called? The study is called from 2009 September. The first Korean genome sequence and analysis, full genome sequencing for a socio-ethnic group. Done by all Koreans, huh? We present the first Korean individual genome sequence, or SJK, and analysis results. Diploid.
Diploid.
The diploid genome of a Korean male was sequenced to 28.95% full redundancy using the Illumina paired end sequencing method. SJK covered 99.9% of the NCBI human reference genome. We identified 420,083 novel single nucleotide polymorphisms, or SNPs, that are not in the DBSNP database. Despite a close similarity, significant differences were observed between the Chinese genome, YH, the only other Asian genome available, and the SJK. One was 39.87%, 1,371,000. Even after attempting to map unmapped reads of JP unanchored NCBI scaffolds, HDSV, no personal genomes are still 5.77 HDSV reads could not be mapped. All these findings indicate that the overall genetic differences among individuals from closely related ethnic groups may be significant. Huh! Interesting. Hence, constructing reference genomes from minor socioethnic groups will be useful for massive individual genome sequencing. Wow. That's crazy. Rose, hey! You've joined my stream for the first time in last year, probably. Hope my window's getting real hot in here. Anyway, what am I? That's a good question. I went down a rabbit hole on on transracialism and race in general. Just trying to, because you know how like there's this one person, Ollie London, who identifies as a transracial Korean, and so I was thinking, wait, why would you, if race is a social construct completely, why would you still undergo physical surgery, um, unless there is a physical aspect to race, which apparently there is. but it's a very like skin deep thing, and so I was reading this article from Scientific American that talks about it. It's pretty interesting stuff. I didn't know you were streaming. To be fair, I'm on a different account than I used to, and I forgot to sub on this account. I'm surprised you found this account then. Did you message me or something? Oh. Yeah. But yeah, this is what I do. I either stream Genshin Impact. So I either stream Genshin Impact or I stream Twitter Birdwatching. I don't know if you've seen like Birdwatch. Twitter tries to crowdsource people to fact check for them because they're cheapskates. And then they somehow drag me into this. So yeah. All these fact checks. All these fact checks. I don't even know what this one's about. As of now, Aria. Oh, I already rated this one. Why did I rate this as somewhat helpful? I think it's because because there was no note that was supported. There was no note whatsoever. They just there was no source in the note. There's no source in the note, so I was like, yeah, no, not great. Oh, Rachel, no, was all racial identity. So continuing on, yeah, that's crazy. That's crazy. Assumptions about genetic differences between people of different races have had obvious social and historical repercussions, and they still threaten to fuel racist beliefs. That was apparent 2 years ago. Oh, I signed on to my old account and saw you were live and went, oh heck. And so I am subbed on this one now. Also, that sounds really cool. Yeah, I decided I would just stream myself trying to. So here's why I decided to do this in the first place. I got looped into Birdwatch back in like August. They were like, "Hey, congratulations! You're now part of the Birdwatch program." And I was like, "Okay, cool." And so basically, what I can do is, I can I can like go to I can go to anyone. I can go to any um, tweet and click on this button right here and click on contribute to Birdwatch, and I can provide context. So, for example, I say, given current evidence, I believe this tweet is either potentially misleading or not misleading. He'll say, say, not misleading. And then he would say, why do you believe this tweet may be misleading? And then you would give all these different reasons. Then, if it was widely spread, you would say it's either going to be believed by few or many people. Is it going to cause a lot of harm or just a little harm? And is it easy or hard to find the correct info? And I would just give my explanation, which would then show up as the text, in the like right here. But this was not a helpful note because generally you want Birdwatch notes to have sourcing in them so that you know that they're reliable. But message retracted. What did you say? What did you say, Zabuza? Anyway, yeah. So the reason why I started streaming this is because I don't know that much about many things, and there's a lot to sift through, a lot of Birdwatch notes to sift through. I would always find myself eventually going to these rabbit holes like you see me doing now. And I was like, I wonder if I could just like stream this entire process. And I wonder if other people will find it entertaining to not only just watch me do this, but to also learn along with me, which is why I have my my live stream description the way it is. I think it says "come and learn with me" or something like that. But yeah, so that's what I'm doing right now. So right now I was gonna look at this tweet, and then I was like, oh wait, is this the transracial person? And then I just went down this rabbit hole. Yeah, it is pretty cool. I don't know what I don't know what they're going to do. Because right now only other bird watchers can see birdwatch notes. And which sucks. But there's apparently like 30,000 of us. 30 something thousand something. I don't know. I think that's what I said. I made a typo, so I retracted it. Oh. Oh, okay. Excuse me. Oh my gosh. Excuse me. Okay. It is. It gives you a very new perspective. like I'm very open to learning new things, and so I like to use Birdwatch as a way to do two things to kill two birds with one stone, pun intended, to do fact checking and to grow my own knowledge. Bizmaster, dude, yeah, I'm still streaming. It's only been like 3 hours. This is like an average for me. Also, um, I haven't seen you in a hot minute, Biz. New perspectives are always good. They are, and I really um, wish more people on Twitter and just elsewhere had um, the mindset to be more open to new information. But unfortunately, it's not very common. Oh, while we got 8 viewers here, let me introduce you to one of my favorite things to use every time I want to see the coverage of something. Um, I'm glad you brought that up, Rose. Googling things is hard work. Googling things is in fact hard work. So I go to Ground News. So check this out. Ground News. Ground News lets you take an article and try to find out which other news sources are covering that same story. So let's Google something like, let me try to find something on the Daily Beast. Let's go to the Daily Beast. They're pretty left leaning. Let's find something in US news. Jesse Smollett's juicy testimony. So let's go ahead and copy this URL. I'm going to go to Ground News, put in the address here. I'm going to see who else is covering the story. Let's see. Usually search is faster than this. Well, while we're waiting for that, let's search for another one. Jesse Smollett. People too much. Trying to make I want to find an actual news article, not opinion pieces. Let's do. Let's do another. Let's try CNN. They're ranked as left leaning or as left. World or US. Police chief officers find loaded guns and machete at home of man accused of threatening to attack. I would assume. Okay, so let's find this. All right. So the algorithm's not perfect, and I don't like the
very first rainbow flag was different than the one that you see today.
Oh, thank you. So you can see that there are different stories, and they'll show you the bias ratings, how many sources total. Let's click on this one. Let's see who's covering this. For some reason, it only shows Fox. That's inaccurate. So the algorithm's not perfect. It'll not lump in the same stories, and this company's only like 14 months old, so there's a lot of growth. But let's take another story like the CNN one. Let's see what results we can find. Looks like it's only been covered by 2 outlets, CNN and Clayton News. So let's go to my favorite place, the blind spot. Not Spawn. All articles from May. What? I'm confused now. Not Spawn. I don't understand. Where did I go? Oh, Blind Spot. Yeah, Blind Spot's my favorite place. So. Oh, crap. Okay, I can't show it to you. But if you register for Ground News, not sponsored. I am not sponsored. Yeah, this is true. I am not sponsored, but I absolutely love Ground News. So if you make an account with them, you will be able to see. I can just get rid of. I'm gonna zap this shit. Zap. Zip. 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 Hey, it works. It works. Zap. I guess I can't show it to you. Zap. Zap. And zap. All right, load more. It works. Oh, that's good. That's good. Oh, that's good. That's good stuff. Is there a shortcut? Oh, zap mode. Zap. Zap. I'm gonna zap a few more, and then we'll go through them one by one, so I can demonstrate. Zap. Zap. And last but not least, zap. All right. So blind spot. I mean, it's pretty self-explanatory. You just ask yourself the question, what stories am I missing? Because most everyone's in a bubble of some sort. So it'll sort this blind spot feed will sort things for people who are on the left and people who are on for the right. So, for example, if you are on the left, you may not have heard about the ex-U.S. Marines' parents urging Biden to push for jailed son's freedom at Putin talks. And for us people on the right, probably would have not known that Donald Trump says he would not have survived if James Comey kept FBI job. And so the same pattern goes on here. For people on the left, you'll see what you would have missed. People on the right, you'll see what you would have missed. And this, for me, this has helped me keep a really good pulse, a really good pulse of current events. Uh, because this captures a lot of what would be missed if you're just paying attention to your regular news sources. News outlets hate them for this one neat trick. It is. It is a one neat trick. It's a one neat trick. I love this. I subscribe for the newsletter, so I subscribe. I swear I'm not sponsored. I subscribe for the Ground News' newsletter. They give you a daily summary every day of what was in the news, and they give you the blind spot report. So for the right, Sidney Powell raised $14 million. Holy crap, she's such a grifter. What the fuck, cracking my ass. Chinese military flights near Taiwan looks like rehearsals from the Pentagon chief. From U.S. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin. Yeah, so like the left is not reporting on that for some reason. Oregon is ready to make its mask mandate permanent. So that one was reported by some pretty right-leaning outlets such as Gateway Pundit, Summit News, Breitbart, Fox News, The Blaze, so pretty right-leaning outlets. It's not being reported on by anyone else other than local news. And we can also see who reported it first. So let's see here. Latest first, you can see that the latest it was reported very first by Genevieve Roim, Reed. Reported by this person. It was reported by this person. And then it was reported a day later by the Washington Examiner and got picked up by these other articles. So it even breaks it down by time and location. You can even see, I think, on the globe. Nope, not in this case. This is all in the United States. So very cool stuff. You can break it down by bikes. You can break it down by where the news source is located, who reported on it first, what are the time gaps between them. It's an incredible, indispensable resource, and I never run a story. I never read a story without running it through Ground News first. I could see the different perspectives. It's incredible. It's an incredible tool. Everyone should use it. It's a no-brainer. Mike Lindell is a total grip. Wait, how do you feel? Oh, I skipped some messages. 1 sec. Oh, I mean the Zap. The Zap. Yeah, I know the Zap is that one neat little trick. It doesn't work on Wall Street. It doesn't work on New York Times though, unfortunately. How do you feel about all the tyrannical measures people are using in the guise of public health? So I'm assuming you mean like, do you? That's a very broad thing because you could be talking about mask mandates. You could be talking about lockdowns, like what's going on in Germany and New Zealand and Australia. You could be talking about vaccine mandates, which is going on way more places than just the three I mentioned. So which one do you mean specifically? And then Mike Lindell's a total grifter. Dude, he is a total grifter. Like, I made the mistake of going to his website. It's like frankspeech.com or something to see what his social media website's all about. I feel like I walked into a some sort of brainwashing facility or something. It's like it is a bubble within a bubble within a bubble. All of the above. I mean, still awake. 1 second. All right. What was I saying? All of the above. I mean, it depends. I have a very yeah. I'll go on a diatribe for a few minutes. So it depends on what we're talking about. It depends on whether or not the measures that is being questioned is rational in the first place. So, for example, let's take vaccine mandates. My stance on vaccine mandates from the government, not like private businesses, but from the government. I feel like, first, in the context of the United States, that it should be passed through the state's legislative branch and not by decree from its governor. Because the whole point is to separate the powers between the governor and the lawmakers and the judges who interpret the law. And it's already been established in Jacobson versus Massachusetts in the 1905 Supreme Court ruling that our liberties are not absolute. You cannot just have absolute freedom in all times and all circumstances, because for you to do that, you wouldn't have a society, because you would have a breakdown. There would be just anarchy, basically. And then some people love anarchy, but or some people aspire to reach anar- an anarchist society. But in regards to in regards the to the measures and whether or not I think that they are. Yeah, we did learn this. We discussed this last stream late night, but Biz has not. So I'm just doing a recap. So one of the justices, Justice Harlan, in 1905, stated in that case, in the ruling, in the summary, that it is your 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 right to freedom is not absolute. Uh, there comes a point where the state has to step in to protect the common good because that's what the government is there supposedly to do. If it has a if there is a grave danger to the common good and there is measures that can be taken by the government to protect that common good and there is reasonable justification to do so, then it can do that. Um, However, what that case determined, at least for the United States society, for the society here in the United States, is that the government can do it, but it doesn't mean that anyone in the government can do it. So you see some people, for example, um, say that, oh, Jacobson versus Massachusetts already decided that Joe Biden can do his vaccine mandates. No, it did not. It decided that you can have laws in place that um, you can have correctly written or justifiably written laws in place to institute vaccine mandates. But it assumes that it was done. It seems to assume that it was done through the legislative branch, not by decree of your governor or your president. Because again, we don't live in a monarchy. The president is not king. Joe Biden is not our king. He is our president. He's not a lawmaker, let alone trying to enforce a law he is trying to create through a federal agency, OSHA. And so it is that is up um, for battle in the courts. Now, going back to my stance on like vaccine mandates, for example, I think that at the very least, I think that it is really hard to argue against having a law, for example, where if your county or your state reaches ICU capacities that are reaching maximum, and that a certain percentage of those uh, people in the ICUs are comprised of those who are infected with the pandemic at large, then institute automatically vaccine bans, like something like a trigger, like a law that says if X ratio is reached of people infected with the disease and they're clogging up the ICUs, then vaccine mandates are automatically instituted. If that were passed through the legislative branch of the state, or even through Congress and applied federally, um, I think that would be justifiable. I think that would be reasonable because at that point, all you have to do is point to hospitals and say, "What do you want us to do?" There's people who are going to die because they can't get medical treatment anymore. Um, that's kind of how I feel about that. Now, if you're, I know you want to. So you asked me, how do I feel about the tyrannical measures? So I know when you asked me that question, you were also talking more about people who are making excuses or seem to be making excuses. God damn it. What's going on? Anyway, what was I saying? What was I gonna guess? Fixing some family. Okay. No, you're not getting serious. Excuse me. Oh gosh, I shouldn't have sat in that position. Wow, 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 wow. Oh, okay. Anyway, one of you. Oh, you said some messages here. Point of the USA having free three houses to prevent tyranny and corruption. Yes, yeah, that is true. And then you said, Biz, yeah, but the vaccine, quote unquote, doesn't prevent you from getting it and doesn't prevent you from spreading it. So how can people call it a vaccine? I think so. I thought about that, and I'll preface this by saying I can't think. Well, I guess maybe the flu. The flu is the only other vaccine I can think of that doesn't necessarily like prevent you from getting the disease, like say with hepatitis B or measles or uh, smallpox or whatever. Um, yeah, the flu vaccine that we get every year. If my understanding is correct, which I haven't checked, if my understanding is correct for that, it's basically they try to anticipate what strains will be out in the wild in the upcoming season, and they may or may not hit the mark on that. But disregarding all the mechanisms and the strategy behind that, the end result is the same. It doesn't have a 100% success rate, far from it. And you can still spread the flu, I believe. Wow, I hope YouTube doesn't ban me for talking about the vaccines. That would fucking suck. Okay, anyway, so without trying to get into too much of the controversial stuff, so that YouTube doesn't like automatically ban me. Um, you asked me, doesn't prevent me from getting it, doesn't prevent you from spreading it. It it does prevent you. It does help prevent you from getting it, um, depending on the strain and depending on how long it's been since you've had it. Like for example, it works very effectively for the original virus. Also pretty well for Delta. Not so much for Omicron, though fortunately Omicron doesn't seem to be severe, but data is still early. Um, and yes, it may not spread. It may not stop the spread as much, but you also have to remember that if less people have the disease, there are less chances for it to spread. So that does contribute overall to reducing the spread, which is why you see a lot of the disease spreading across the unvaccinated population rather than the vaccinated population. Um, so, in a sense, you can still call it a vaccine the same way we call the flu vaccine a vaccine, um, in that it isn't like I'm not talking about like the technologies behind it. I'm just talking about it is you can say a vaccine in that it does help in some regard in reducing the transmission and the severity of the disease if you happen to be exposed to the virus. It can reduce those things. Now, I do think it's also to blame health officials for not setting expectations right with the public, and I'm kind of upset about that. Um, I really wish it was made clear, for example, that boosters would be a thing going forward, because a lot of people are acting like, "I told you we would need boosters. We would need boosters. They're going to give us boosters forever." And I mean, in my mind, I'm thinking, there's a reason why we haven't had coronavirus vaccines. It's because they mutate like crazy, and there's a fuck ton of them. And for people to think that this would be like smallpox where you vaccinate and it's going to be all good forever is very wrong expectations. And I feel like there was an important opportunity missed early last year or even late last year when the vaccines were rolling out, or before the vaccines were rolling out, like in September and October, for the government, at least like the CDC or the NIH, to say, yes, the vaccines are out, but we need the public to understand that due to the nature of the virus and how likely it is to mutate, we may need boosters, and they should have put that on blast so that no one could say that they didn't know, and then feel like they've been betrayed by their government. Because I feel like we're going down a path that is just going to lead to more distrust. Um, yeah, that's just going to further divide people and lead to more distrust that can never be fixed. That's kind of my feelings on it. Sorry, I went too long there. Also, if you get sick, you probably won't die, and so you wouldn't need to take up a hospital bed and could stay at home instead. Yep, yeah, and that's why I like my that's yeah that's a good point, and so that's why I think that a law that kicked in a vaccine mandate only if ICU beds were near capacity is preferable to just saying, "Hey, let's institute a vaccine mandate now because we're in a pandemic and we have these vaccines that work." I do believe that people should have a choice. Um, or as much as possible, people should have a choice. I recognize that there will be a time where people may not have a choice, and justifiably so. I don't think that the entire country is at that point. To give an extreme example, I think that if we had if a variant after Omicron came out, that a variant mutated to something that had like a 5% kill rate, I think that Congress should get their asses in the Capitol and pass a law that says everyone gets vaccinated now. I think that would be justified because 5% death rate would be, yeah, that would be catastrophic, or yeah, 10%, like something like that. But it has to, like it was stated in Jacobson versus Massachusetts, there has to be there has to be a good reason for it, something that you can back up with evidence. And I don't think that, like, based on what I'm seeing here, I think in some communities, like in Eastern Washington, for example, in the rural counties here, there have been, and in Idaho, northern Idaho, for example, I think that because northern Idaho reached ICU capacity, I think that they would have been justified, the lawmakers there, to impose a vaccine mandate for everybody uh, because of, I mean, all you got to do is walk into a damn hospital, and you'll see the reason. You'll see the reason why they're doing it. Same thing as when we saw back in February or March of last year. The hospitals in Italy were just completely overrun. You had people in the hallways, and I will never forget that. I mean, it spoke for itself. But at the same time, I think that communication from the government needs to play a key role. Um, it doesn't matter how much evidence you have if you cannot communicate it and you lose the trust of your citizens. I mean, that's it. People don't usually trust the government in the first place. Okay, let me read the messages again. In my opinion, nobody should mandate any of these measures because young people have little to no risk of dying. That's true. The death rates of children are extremely, extremely low. I agree with. I do know about that. The only people that should stay home or get the vax are the people at risk. I partly agree with that. The only argument I would, the main argument I would give against that is again the reduction of transmission. I think is extremely beneficial to the common good. Now, whether or not that, what did you say here? Nobody should mandate any of these measures. Yeah, I think it could be argued, like depending on the specifics of the situation, whether or not a mandate is warranted. However, I will say, if it isn't already clear, I would like to emphasize that I am very much for people getting vaccinated. So, um, in case that wasn't already pretty clear, 500K deaths isn't enough. See, the problem is, Oporst, also hi. I haven't. When did you come in the? When did you come in the stream? Makes you not like doing this. Oh, you came in like 7 minutes ago. Um, what was I saying? 500K deaths isn't enough. Oh, believe me, it's not that I don't think it's enough. It's that it's a statistic. What I mean by that is, you know the saying, "One death is a tragedy, a million is a statistic." There's a psychological factor to that, and that psychological element is lost when you just look at the number because you get people saying you'll get people who aren't really fazed by that number, but at the same time you'll also get people who don't believe that number. But you know what you can believe is your eyes. You can believe your eyes, um, unless deepfakes get to the point where you can fake entire hospitals being overrun with people. You can believe your eyes much more than you can believe what the word of somebody. I'm gonna close my window. It's getting cold in here. I mean, everyone is at risk because the virus is a very deadly thing for a lot of people, and young in this instance means like younger than less than 16-year old, younger than 16-year old, because people in their 20s were suffering. They were, but if you look at the age groups, if you stratify by age groups, you'll see that the here. Let me pull up the CDC data. COVID-19 that's by age, and we'll say CDC.gov. Sex and age. I would like to see this in a graph, please. I would like to see this in a graph, please. For God's sakes. I forgot how to work this thing. Age group. Just give me a damn graph. Give me a damn graph. You know what? You use Statista. We'll use Statista. There we go. There we go. That's what I'm looking for. Bar graph. Hello, bar graph. Let's take a look at this. That's how deadly it is. Very deadly to those in the age groups basically 50 and above. And the older you get, the much more deadly it becomes. But the younger you get, the far less deadly it becomes. And you can also see that it's also affecting people with multiple comorbidities like obesity, asthma, um, heart disease, or lung, like immunocompromised people, etc., etc. Kidney transplant, or not kidney transplant, just organ transplant people, like their death rates are extremely high. So, who said can't remember what you're saying here. Yeah, Biz is right because like yeah, young people really do have zero to have a very small chance of dying. The chance is there, but it's a very small chance. Um, but yeah, those are the numbers. So let me check my messages again. 1 second. All right. Oh wait, I just see Ross. I gotta go soon, but also wanted to say, as someone who takes HRT, despite having gotten it, the virus would destroy me because it makes me immune. I did not know that. I did not know that that HRT immunocompromises you. Huh. Strange. I didn't know that. Yeah, no, for sure. I recognize that there are people who are at risk, and that's where I'm like, definitely get the vaccine. And even then, what do you call it? When you get the vaccine, stay safe, wear a mask, wear a mask correctly, if I may say so. There are some people. Oh my God, there's this one person at work, old dude. He wears his mask, right? He wears his mask, surgical mask, right? And then he takes it off. If he's gonna eat, folds it, touching the part where you breathe through it with his fingers, which I'm sure are not clean, and then stuffs it into his shirt pocket. And I'm just like, that doesn't help anybody. That doesn't help anybody. So please don't do that. Please don't do that. Don't fucking do that. Wear them correctly. Um, yeah. Anyway, let me read up. I missed a few messages. I can't trust Rona death numbers coming from the same people that show flu is non-existent now. Well, I mean, the thing with the flu, so that piqued my interest as well. Like, wow, the flu is just non-existent. But I mean, it makes sense if you think about what happened in 2020. People were pretty much staying in their homes. How is the flu going to spread, or how is the flu going to spread enough to the point where it peaks in its usual times in the fall and winter? Um, so, yeah, I mean, if you also think about it, you'd also have to say that the tests used to test for flu are all, or rather, the people running the tests for flu are complicit in hiding the statistics as well, because those all get reported. Um, those all get reported from different, not agencies, organizations, institutions, etc., etc. To break it down, this is a very oversimplified explanation of how the CDC gets their reporting, but the CDC gets their reporting from multiple sources, all reporting through through. So you have like, for example, hospitals, you have little clinics, labs and stuff. They'll all report their information through this one service. It's like NNSSNN or something like that. I can't remember the national something reporting something, which then gets kind of not sanitized, but it gets double checked. At the same time, the CDC also checks public sources, and then it gets combined, and then that's the data. So you think of all the different points that would have to be compromised or complicit or conspiring with one another in order to fake something like that. Um, Especially like if there really were flu, what's the word, flu patients or flu cases that were being suppressed, you would expect a whole bunch of different medical institutions and hospitals and stuff to say, hey, wait a minute, that doesn't add up. I think. Now take that with a grain of salt. I don't know how they operate specifically, but I just know that kind of in an oversimplified nutshell, which I'm sure I'm leaving a couple things out, that's kind of how it works. Um, Alrighty, see you, Rose. Sorry, Biz, I'm trying to get through your messages one by one here, but also trying to not miss like Rose leaving. And yeah, you're welcome, of course. I try to be. I don't. I'll say it again, in case it wasn't clear, or in case I didn't say it. I am not claiming to know everything. I try to emphasize that a lot. There's so much I don't know, and That's exactly why I want to stream this sort of thing, because I want to learn. I don't want to just um, I want to learn. I mean, that's the whole point of it's the human experience. Um, there's a lot of stuff to learn out there. Let's see. I can't trust them. They must lump it all together. By the way, the mandate isn't a law. I gotta throw that out there. By the way, a mandate isn't a law. I gotta throw that out there. A mandate isn't a law. So when you say it's not a law, do you mean like it's not enforceable by like a law? Um, like I like for example, libertarians will say that was it libertarian? But the saying is like the government difference between a government and a what was the saying? Something about something something. Government can point a gun to your head and make you do the thing legally. Um, I'm not sure what you mean by that. If you can elaborate, please. Porst says we instituted airport security like after 2,000 deaths on 9/11. Yeah, we did. But that was also because there was a terrorist attack. I mean, 9/11 was um, it was an instantaneous shock to the American psyche. I was only in third. I was only how grade was I? First, second, first grade. I think I was in first grade or something. Yeah, I was in elementary school. I can't remember what grade, but I was in elementary school, and even I remember where I was. Um, whereas the pandemic is something that's more slow rolling. I mean, this thing spread like wildfire, yes, but compared to that, this is like a slow mo video versus a lightning bolt. Um, so to me, it makes more sense that to me it makes sense that yeah, the government would try to institute, even if we say that the government was acting benevolently without any sort of ulterior motive. I still think it's reasonable to argue that a response like creating the TSA is um, is justified because then you'll have people saying, "What are we going to do to prevent this in the future?" I mean, come on, you had Bush's approval rating at like 90 something, like 90%, 80, high 80s. Like everyone was on board at wanting to do something. There was only one congressperson, that one lady who voted against authorizing war. Was it in authorizing the invasion of Iraq? Or invasion of something. Um, like that's how people were like, and I think it's important to point that out because even if you look at it as government being nice and kind and wanting only to care for people, it would be justifiable in that sense. With that said, oh my god. Anyway, I'm starting to ramble on. Do I think people don't? Do you think people don't manufacture tragedies for societal change? I think it's certainly within the realm of possibility. Um, and it's been done before, right? Like I know I've read somewhere, and I know it's been done in many places through history in the past 100, 200 years. I just can't remember where right now. Now, whether or not it's like personally me, and I'm speaking from a position of ignorance here or uneducatedness here. Personally, for me, I feel like it's more likely that it's less likely that it's manufactured, quote unquote, in that it's done through conspiracy to formulate something to happen, and rather I feel like it would be more likely that something bad is about to happen and you do nothing because the outcome will benefit you. I think that is more likely in large kill scenarios, just considering the fact that large kill scenarios are like all the coordination has to be done to pull something like that off. Again, I'm speaking from a position of ignorance here, so I'm not going to pretend like I know history. That's just my thoughts on that. If you have examples, I would love to see them, and we can read about it. That's the whole point of this stream. So their forces finally change. Yeah, thanks for the talk into consideration. Oh, I already said it. Philip, hey, hello, hello. I think it's like the first time you joined one of my political streams. We got 7 people in here. Very nice, very nice. God damn. Oh god, that's terrible. Oh, you just woke up League of Legends. Nice. I don't know what League of Legends has to do with this, but I'm sorry. Good morning. I'm doing pretty good. I'm doing pretty good. Lols, thanks for being educated. Oh, yeah, I already read that. Yeah, thank you. All right, you're welcome. I want to be clear. I want to be clear that I don't think the U.S. response to 9/11 was good. Trying to think. Do I have any? I really haven't learned enough about our response to 9/11, so I don't have an opinion on it. I do have a gut feel. Okay, so I want to explain something. I think that so the way I see reactions to things when it comes to myself and everybody else in the world, there's 2 ways. There's 2 steps to reacting to something. There's the gut feeling, and then there is what you do based on the gut feeling. Um, my gut feeling when I think of 9/11 is that we fucked up. Now, the second stage of that would be for me to step back from my feelings and be like, okay, what do I know and don't know? What do I need to learn about it? And then I go from there and I make my decisions based off of that, not off my feeling. But I will tell you that my feeling of it when I think about it is, yeah, it seems to have been a clusterfuck based on everything I know, but I really don't know much. So, and I take this approach with everything, at least with everything pertaining to current events, things in the news, um, my own like interpersonal relationships, work, friends. Okay, well, I gotta go now. I wish I could talk more, but I can't right now. Thanks for actually having a con. Yeah, no, dude, not a problem. Um, I hope you, I hope this was fun and educational, and that that it was helpful. I've never done these before. I'm sorry, but yeah, no, I'm glad. I'm glad you were here to speak with me because I like talking about this stuff. I like engaging in good faith dialogue and all that stuff. If you don't follow me on Twitter or you, I'll post again on Twitter if I'm about to stream another stream like this because I like streaming. I like doing this. But yeah, I hope to see you next time, dude. I don't know when I'll stream again. Maybe Friday, Thursday, probably Thursday. Probably Thursday. But yeah, good night, Biz. Thanks for stopping by. What the? I enjoyed it. Peace. See ya. I'm probably gonna head out myself here in about 15 minutes. It's almost 11 o'clock. I gotta go to work in the morning. Okay, let's close this out. Actually, now I'm curious. I really gotta look at that CDC. How does CDC track cases? Ah, yes, here it is. National Case Surveillance. There it is. It was called the NNDSS, the National Notifiable Disease Surveillance System. So, public health departments routinely. Zabuza, hey, were you here the entire time? Oh, that's not me. Public health departments routinely collect information on people with certain infections. This process, known as case surveillance, can help officials understand where, when, and in which populations an illness is transmitted. This supports action to control outbreaks and prevent the spread of disease. Nationally, more than 120 diseases and conditions are tracked. The information collected is referred to as case data. These efforts are part of a wider ongoing process called public health surveillance. The goal is to protect Americans from infectious diseases and other health threats. So did I remember it right when I explained it to Biz? I was listening the whole time and not texting. Oh, okay. Well, I hope you enjoyed listening. I've been a fan for a really long time, almost 10 years. Dang, you've been around with me since Baby Got Flank. Dang. I appreciate the you sticking around with me that long, dude. Alrighty, have a good night, Oporst. Oporst. Let's see if I remember this. So I said that. What did I say? I said hospitals and I said institutions like hospitals and clinics and stuff would report to a centralized thing. The centralized thing was the local, state, territorial, tribal public health authority. Okay, so it was not like a system, but an actual authority, which then communicates to the CDC, which then communicates to the WHO. So I kind of get like half right. Damn it. It's been like half a year since I've read this. It was Nordia. Okay, so how is COVID-19 case information collected and reported? Case information is gathered through a data supply chain, which is a process for reporting, collecting, and analyzing disease data. Steps include the following. Hospitals, healthcare providers, and laboratories transfer data for case reporting to state, local, and territorial public health departments as required under state disease reporting laws. Okay. So dang. So that's a whole bunch of sources. It's not just like 50 sources. It's your state sources, county, tribal sources. That's like a good number in the hundreds. They all go to the CDC. So state, local, and territorial health departments move data for case notification to the CDC through the NNDSS. And the NNDSS is the National Notifiable Diseases Surveillance System. Process is voluntary. To protect individual privacy, all information transmitted to CDC is de-identified. Okay, so that's what I meant when I was like, it's like processed. It was sterile. That's what I meant when I said sterilized. I was on the right track, but then I went off the wrong track. So they de-identify it. This means it does not contain any personal identifiers, such as names or home addresses, cannot be linked to an individual. How do we conduct case surveillance? Oh, there we go. Oh, look at that. All right. That. Oh, okay. I That just seems like spamming. I will just go ahead and uh, remove that. Okay. All right. So, how does the NNDSS work? Case surveillance begins with local, regional, state, and territorial public health agencies. The data they collect about confirmed diagnosis of certain health conditions shows how often that disease occurs in their area. Health officials can use. Alrighty. See you, Philip. Okay. Health officials can use the information to quickly identify outbreaks. Can quickly identify outbreaks and control the spread of disease. It also helps from. Sorry, it's stupid shit. Thanks, Philip. Because of your fact checking skill, you should do a cover of Ice Cube's Check Yourself. That would be hilarious. Fact check yourself. Oh, God, no. Oh, no. I don't want to do that. Okay, Rebecca Black. Health officials can use the information to quickly identify outbreaks. I'm going to put serious face on now. Control the spread of disease. It also helps researchers identify disease trends and track outbreaks. You can think of the national case surveillance process as a data supply chain. It's made up of two components: case reporting, in which hospitals, healthcare providers, and laboratories report positive lab results or information on people diagnosed with a certain condition to appropriate health departments. According to state disease reporting laws, case reporting is mandatory. Case notification, in which state and local health departments send de-identified data about confirmed cases of certain diseases and conditions that are tracked nationally to CDC. Case notification is voluntary. So let me just get this right. So case reporting, the hospitals have to report to the state health agency, health departments, and that's mandatory. And it's according to state disease reporting laws. But case notification, where state and local health departments send already de-identified data about confirmed cases of certain diseases and conditions that are tracked nationally to CDC. That's voluntary. Huh. It's interesting. I wonder why it's voluntary. All data is de-identified before transmission to CDC. Case reporting. Person feels ill, goes to the doctor. Doctor diagnosis and or a laboratory confirms a reportable disease. Okay. The hospital, healthcare provider, or lab sends information about this case to the public health department. Okay. The public health department receives disease data and uses them to do three things. And those three things are to identify and control disease outbreaks, to ensure that every patient is effectively treated, and to provide testing and preventative care to those exposed. I see. So it's structured so that the states are the ones who are supposed to be the stewards for their citizens, which I guess makes sense. Makes sense. That's states' rights right there. Okay. But why still make it voluntary? I don't get it. Why does it matter? Why does it have to be voluntary to send to the CDC? Public health department sends de-identified. So for case notification, the second process that comes after it, which is voluntary, the public health department sends de-identified data about national notifiable diseases to the CDC. The NNDSS, which stands for National Notifiable Diseases, National no, notif- National Notifiable Diseases Surveillance System. National Notifiable Diseases Surveillance System. The team gets the thing from the CDC. Wait. Public Health Department sends de-identified. Pat. Oh, Pat. Maybe it's the element of surprise. Okay. So it says your case notification. The Public Health Department sends de-identified data about national notifiable diseases to CDC. The NN, the National Notifiable Diseases Surveillance System team receives, secures, processes, and provides de-identified data to disease-specific programs across the CDC. So it's received within the CDC by the NNDSS, and the NNDSS disseminates that data. They process and they secure it and blah blah blah, and then they transmit it to across the CDC. The CDC programs use the disease-specific data to do three things: one, to support recognition of disease outbreaks; two, monitor shifts in disease patterns; and three, evaluate and fund disease control activities. But doesn't the state already do that? Yeah, the states identify and control disease outbreaks. So the state it is implied that the states are the not only the first line of defense, but the first people to go, okay, we've got shit going on in our state. Um, and then the CDC is like, yep, you do sure got shit going on in your state. Um, but yeah, it is left up to the states. Huh, interesting. This sheds light to, this really does shed light now to the approach that Donald Trump and to the approaches that Donald Trump and Joe Biden have had to COVID. Whereas Trump was very much state oriented in his rhetoric about um, handling the virus, and or at least handling the distribution of resources rather than having it centralized. Whereas Joe Biden is very much more aiming to have things run from the top down, from the federal side of things. And yet, when we read it here on the website, on the CDC itself, on December 6, 2021, not during Trump's administration, this does seem to point towards the states being the first line of defense and the ones who ultimately will be the stewards of any resources granted to them, either resources they already have or resources that are granted to them by the federal government. Food for thought there. Interesting. Okay. Um. Anyway, I'm getting a little distracted here. So, let's see. What data sources do they use? What is this? This is so stupid. This is so stupid. It's just so. I'm gonna close Discord. I'm gonna close. I'm gonna mute this. I'm gonna mute Discord in a second here. I'm gonna fucking mute Discord in a second here. I swear. I swear. It's also getting very hot in here again. The crap was that? It was a stupid message I got on Discord. It was literally a butt face. Anyway, so the two data sources the CDC used for COVID-19 case surveillance. They use two data sources: aggregate count data, which offer high-level info about case and death totals. It was literally, yeah, cat. It was literally butt face. It was a gif of people looking at a child going down the escalator with a butt face. It's as stupid as it sounds. Anyway, um, anyway, all right. The CDC uses two data sources. Lols, you look small from far away. No, dude, I'm 5'5", 5'6". Can be interpreted as either way. I'm very small. Alrighty. CDC uses two data sources. First is aggregate count data, which offer high-level info about case and death totals. Data are gathered through a robust process with the following steps. A CDC data team double-checks the info obtained from jurisdictions' websites via an automated overnight. Oh yeah, this is right. This is what I was like. This is where I was like, yeah, they get it both from reports given to them, and they scrape data. Or they obtain data from like websites. The CDC additionally compares data with information submitted by jurisdictions through a separate process. CDC reconciles any differences and posts the finalized information in the COVID data tracker. The process is collaborative, with CDC and jurisdictions working together to ensure the accuracy of COVID-19 case and death numbers. Aggregate counts provide the most up-to-date numbers on cases and deaths. CDC may retrospectively update counts as jurisdictions provide updated info. And the second data source, yes, I'm very small, cat, very, very small, v small. The second data source involves line-level patient data. This provides specific information for each case. The CDC receives line level data, patient level data. It's funny, they use the word line level, but as I'm about to demonstrate, line level has its use is most prominent in audio. Line level is a specified strength of an audio signal used to transmit audio analog sound between audio components. I don't know why they call it line level. Huh. Patient level data. This provides specific information for each case. CDC receives line level data primarily from state health departments. Interesting. So, jurisdiction. What do they mean by jurisdiction? Do they mean health departments, or do they mean like? What does jurisdiction mean? What does jurisdiction mean? Do they mean this, or do they mean somewhere here? The process. This provides specific each case. CDC releases line level data specifically from state health departments. From state health departments, information is de-identified and does not include names or home addresses. CDC makes line level data available through patient level data sets. Oh, what's this? Jonathan, hey, how you doing, dude? United States COVID-19. View data. Visualize. Open in Plotly. Nope. View data. It's probably going to give me a gigantic list, a gigantic spreadsheet. Yep. Interesting. So this is the sanitized data, de-identified. You can see it's got all the column names. Earliest CDC case, earliest date, CDC report date. Interesting. POS spec date, I don't know what that means. Onset date, current status, laboratory confirmed case, probable case, age group, race, ethnicity, black, non-Hispanic, black, non-Hispanic. HOSP, I don't know what that means. Huh. Very, very interesting. Let's visualize this. I want to visualize this based on race identification. Cool. Dang, you can visualize all this data on the CDC's website. This is crazy. Oh, this is crazy. This is crazy. This is nuts. This is recent as of 10/24/2021. I know a YouTuber who's a friend of Ruskage in recent videos. Told his viewers that he's small, he's also 5. Oh man, because his viewers keep telling him he looks big in his videos when he... What? Oh, he must, maybe he films his videos from like an angle that's more generous for height. Let's visualize. Select data or a chart type to get started. I want to visualize a column chart, and I want to break it down by race, ethnicity combined. White, not Hispanic, known, Hispanic, Latino, Black, non-Hispanic. So we'll see that. Let's do pie chart. So white people are the plurality, followed by patients whose races are unknown. Hispanic people are 18%. Can't see some of these. Asian, non-American, Native Americans. Look at that. 70,000 de-identified patients who have gotten COVID that are Native American, Native Hawaiian, other Pacific Islander, American Indian, Native Alaska Native, non-Hispanic, 1%. Adam, I miss going to conventions. I want to go to one so bad. Yeah, dude, those were the days. Oh, whoops. The fuck? Oh, that chart makes no sense. Data visualization is incredible. Anyway, I'm getting very distracted here. Let's close all that. But yeah, very, very cool stuff. So line level data includes patient demographics, signs and symptoms of illness, underlying health conditions, characteristics of hospitalization such as ventilator use, clinical outcomes, and exposures. Because it can be time consuming for jurisdictions to collect the additional information, line level data reporting can take more time than aggregate count reporting. CDC receives this information for most, but not all cases. CDC uses multiple public health surveillance systems to monitor COVID-19. This includes influenza and viral respiratory disease surveillance, syndromic surveillance. Syndromic surveillance? Hmm. Another. Oh, the fuck? They have another? You have another one? Syndromic surveillance provides public health officials with a timely system for detecting, understanding, and monitoring health events by tracking symptoms of patients in emergency departments before a diagnosis is confirmed. So kind of like what China was doing when they were getting crap tons of people with pneumonia going into the ICU. And before diagnosis is confirmed, public health can detect unusual levels of illness and determine whether a response is warranted. Syndromic. How do you pronounce this word?
Syndromic.
Syndromic. Syndromic data can serve as an early warning system for public health concerns such as flu outbreaks and have been used in responses for opioid overdoses, e-cigarette or vaping product use associated lung injury, Zika virus infection, and natural disasters. So, if I recall correctly, it's uses by checking for emergency room patient symptoms for the diagnosis. Emergency room patients, what are the symptoms? It's early warning. So, like, if a bunch of people overdose on opioids were going to the ERs, you say, "Oh, we got one person who's in cardiac arrest. Another person cardiac arrest, and they have drugs. Wait a minute, we're getting a whole lot of these people. Fuck, something's going on." I guess so. That's how it would work. NSSP is a collaboration among CDC, federal partners, local and state health departments, and academic and private sector partners who have formed a community of practice. They collaboration among the CDC, federal partners, local and state health departments. So this includes also the academic and private sector, whereas the the NSS the N the national oh my god, I forgot what it was called. The NNDSS, the National Notifiable Diseases Surveillance System. God damn it. Gets distracted by something else sometimes. Yeah, I get distracted way too much. Okay. Collect, analyze, and share electronic patient encounter data received from emergency departments, urgent and ambulatory care centers, inpatient healthcare settings, and laboratories. The electronic health data are integrated through a shared platform, the BioSense platform. What is this? Oh, it's at the bottom there. The public health community uses analytic tools on the platform to analyze data received as early as 24 hours after a patient's visit to a participating facility. Public health officials use these timely and actionable data to detect, characterize, monitor, and respond to events of public health concern. Wow! So there's like people in the community who are just looking through this stuff and are like, can we find patterns? Huh. Interesting. By the numbers, more than 6,000 healthcare facilities covering 49 states and the District of Columbia contribute emergency department data to the BioSense platform daily. Wow. within 24 hours of patient visits, and data are available for analysis. That's freaking fast. Currently, 71% of the nation's emergency departments contribute data to NSSP or the Biosense platform. Huh. Over 6 million electronic health messages are received by the Biosense platform every day. Wow, that's impressive. So, the Biosense platform, involving from activities to address congressional mandates in the Public Health, Security, and Bioterrorism Preparedness and Response Act of 2002, NSSP provides. Oh, this is funny. This wasn't this. This, I believe, stemmed from 9/11, and our response to bioterrorist threats. I think this is related to. Did this come before BARDA? Yeah, it came before. Public health, signed by the president. Established procedures for preparation for bioterrorism, public health emergencies. Created the National Disaster Medical System. This was a little bit over half a year after 9/11. So the BARDA get established 2006 through the Pandemic and All Hazards Preparedness Act. This was established 2000. It was created, I could have sworn it was created. Project BioShield. Project BioShield, right. Project Bio. Okay, so they kind of not totally related. Okay. Interesting stuff. Alright, I'm getting. Wow. Learned a lot there about the CDC. It needed that refresher though. Okay. We were learning about transracialism. So, going back to transracialism, race is a social construct. And race as we know it, being physical characteristics, is not a very good way of identifying people by race. Because you can see these different characteristics showing up in different peoples. And I'm getting tired. And you can see that there's diversity even amongst people that we would consider of the same race. Much more diversity than we would have expected. How about 11:30, 11:35? I'll call it a night. Says here. Okay, it says here. Assumptions about genetic differences between people of different races have had obvious social and historical repercussions, and they still threaten to fuel racist beliefs. Calling a night, I'll call it in about 15 minutes. That was apparent 2 years ago when several scientists bristled at the inclusion of their research in Nicholas Wade's controversial book, A Troublesome Inheritance, from the Penguin Press 2014. Which proposed that genetic selection has given rise to distinct behaviors among different populations. In a letter to the New York Times, five researchers wrote that, quote, Wade juxtaposes an incomplete and inaccurate account of our research on human genetic differences with speculation that recent natural selection has led to worldwide differences in IQ test results, political institutions, and economic development, end quote. The authors of the New Science article noted that racial assumptions could also be particularly dangerous in a medical setting. Ooh, okay, this one's going to be interesting here. Because I was wondering about this in the back of my mind. Before we go any further, I was thinking to myself, are there not diseases that are not necessarily found only in a specific race, but a race tends to, as we know it, tends to be predisposed to being Again, let's see what it says. If you make clinical predictions based on somebody's race, you're going to be wrong a good chunk of the time, Udell told Life Science. In the paper, he and his colleagues used the example of cystic fibrosis, which is underdiagnosed in people of African ancestry because it is thought of as a white disease. Oh, okay. So it's not that they can't get it, it's that if you're trying to diagnose somebody's disease based on the symptoms they're presenting, your own racial bias may lead you to the wrong conclusion because you may be thinking, "He's black, though. He can't possibly have cystic fibrosis. That's too rare." And then it turns out that they actually can have it a lot more than what most people realize. Interesting. Huh. Hmm. Mindy Fulalove, a psychiatrist at Columbia University, thinks the changes proposed in the Science article are quote unquote badly needed. Fulalove noted that by some laws in the United States, people with one black ancestor of 32 might be called quote unquote black, but their 31 other ancestors are also important in influencing their health. This is a cogent and important call for us to shift our work, Fulalove said. It will have an enormous influence, and it will make for better science. So what other variables could be used if racial concept is thrown out? I'm gonna Google this name. That's it. I'm gonna find out how you pronounce this name. Pronunciation. How do you pronounce this freaking name?
Pebu.
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 Pebu. So Pebu said geography might be a better substitute in regions. Geography might be a better substitute in regions such as Europe to define quote-unquote populations from a genetic perspective. However, he added that in North America, where the majority of the population has come from different parts of the world during the past 300 years, distinctions like quote-unquote African Americans or quote-unquote European Americans might still work as a proxy to suggest where a person's major ancestry originated. So basically, this article went through all this trouble about explaining the pitfalls, just to conclude that, you can still kind of do it in some situations, like America. Oh my god, I don't know what's going on here. What is this? What is this? Okay, continuing on. Why sound like a snake? Why sound like a snake? What do you mean? I don't understand. Oh, I didn't even notice until you brought it up. I guess? Wow. Udell also said scientists need to get more specific with their language, perhaps using terms like ancestry or population, excuse me, that might more precisely reflect the relationship between humans and their genes on both the individual, and population level. The researchers, excuse me, also acknowledge that there are a few areas where race as a construct might still be useful in scientific research as a political and social, but not biological variable. While we argue phasing out racial terminology in the biological sciences, We also acknowledge that using race as a political or social category to study racism, although filled with lots of challenges, remains necessary given our need to understand how structural inequities and discrimination produce health disparities between groups. Well, there was a lot to unpack there. So, in a way, it is, in fact, socially constructed, but still based off of physical characteristics. But those physical characteristics can't be used as a way to say, oh, he's this race or he's that race, because they can see these things pop up in different groups of people that are not genetically related to each other. And so we can also get into pitfalls by using race to determine the likeliness of a disease that someone has based on their symptoms. Huh. Okay, good night. Loaf, Hugh. Loaf. Do much. Do much. Do much. Need. Alright, very interesting article. Loaf. 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 Do. Do. Okay. People are wondering what the fuck he's saying. Okay, so all of that to say, I wonder if Ollie London is transracial or transethnic. Trans is that even a word? Transethnic. Oh no, it's a real word. Oh no, it's a real word. Oh no, it's a real word. Transethnic. How? The SJ Wiki says transethnic or transracial refers to identifying as a member of an ethnic, cultural, or national group other than the category one belongs to in terms of social, state, and or other forces. Wait a minute. Yeah, went full circle. Hold up. Transethnic or transracial refers to identifying as a member of an ethnic, cultural, or national group other than the category one belongs to in terms of social state and or other forces. What about physical characteristics? Transethnicity has two meanings. What about cultural forces? Okay, two meanings. One, a racist, transphobic trolling and derailing tactic deployed when trans oppression is being discussed, e.g., a white American person deciding to identify as African American to use African American vernacular in English and so on. And number two, an umbrella term that covers all cross-cultural. One second. An umbrella term that covers all cross-cultural slash racial slash ethnic adoption, e.g., an ethnically Palestinian child who has black British adoptive parents. What? What? Transethnic? Would you consider that transethnic though? I've never even thought of that as being transethnic. It's not even. The term in the context of derailing discussions about trans issues probably. The inherent problem with this style of thinking is that it is a false equivocation. Racial, ethnic, and national identity, unlike gender identity and orientation, is dependent almost exclusively upon external forces, as seen in adopted children. It is not a self concept. And how do they define self concept? They define self concept as a self identity, also called self concept, self construction, self perspective, or self structure, is identifying with a grouping consciously. Is this even a reliable wiki? Is SJ Wiki reliable? The frick? Okay, so it's very much trans rights activist oriented. Weeaboos, yeah. Teaboo. 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 Oh, yeah. It's a good one. Self identity is identifying with a. Sometimes, dude, Wikipedia is. Oh, man. See, the thing with Wikipedia. Oh, man, I could go on. I'm too tired to go on a diatribe about Wikipedia. Self identity also calls identifying with a grouping consciously. It's identifying with a grouping consciously, as opposed to, or in addition to, being passively grouped into that social class or community. I bet this is going to link to race as a social construct. Yes. For example, a person who is atheist but does not identify with other atheists because the movement is sexist. A distinction in sociology. Who the fuck writes for this thing? Like, there's no citations. It's just all original research. I'm not even going to bother with this. This is not even peer review. Here we go. Misuse of the term transethnic in genomics research. Oh. 1 second. Let me see if I can get access to this using my. 1 second. See if I can get access to this article. Oh, hell yeah. Oh. Wait, did it work? Son of a bit. Okay, never mind. It didn't work. My institution doesn't have access to it. For shame. For shame. I didn't make those. I didn't make up those words. It is a thing. Okay, all because of Ollie London. All because of Ollie London. Oh my god. Alright. Oh. I thought Google had some option to search for scholarly articles. Yeah, it's google.com/scholar. Trans Ethnic Association of. Alright, since. 2019? 2018? There you go. I wonder if the Congressional Research Service. I wonder if the Congressional Research Service has anything about transracial identity. Nope. Transethnic? That's what I thought. Transgenic? No. No. What about what do you have transgender topics do they have in here? Quite a bit. Quite a bit. Huh. Anyway, it's filters on. Oh, it is. Fuck is this? Introduction to special issue Whiteness in the Age of White Rage. Huh? This special issue, Journal of Critical Race Inquiry? What is this? What? Journal of Critical Race. James! Hey yo! Yeah, I've been streaming for like 4 hours now. For over 4 hours. Good morning. Canadian context. Settler violence and whiteness as territory. What is this? Oh. Cultivating the Soil of White Nationalism. Settler violence and whiteness as territory by Dallas Jokic. Philosophy Department of McGill University. Written in 2020. This paper considers the emergence of white nationalist movements in Canada and their relationship to settler colonialism. How do ideas of Canada as a white nation and fear mongering about white Canadians being quote unquote replaced come to be so effective in a context in which white people have typically been the replacers themselves? While the Canadian state frames itself as multicultural, many of its laws and practices cultivate white nationalist beliefs, effects, and feelings. The state informally deputizes white settlers as owners and protectors of private property and uses them to dispossess indigenous peoples from their land in order to appropriate it. This deputization protects both the material territory of the state and the effective and ideological justification for the continuation of settler colonialism. Private ownership of land cannot be understood as merely as a legal capitalist relation, but is felt by many settlers as a deep primordial connection to the land. Acts of settler violence both express and shape the radicalized core of Canada. I propose thinking about settler private property as what I call settler white space, which is not only protective and expansive, but also involves the fabrication of an idea of white nativity to the Canadian territory. This racialization of space serves to naturalize racist violence, cultivate the heck. Oh my god. I propose that this racialization of space serves to naturalize racist violence, cultivate hypermasculine expressions of whiteness, and ground white claims of exclusive belonging to Canada, all characteristic of the resurgent far right. The property regime of Canada is not just part of its territorializing project. It lays the groundwork for white nationalist movements. So it attributes this deputization. Canadian deputization of. I know nothing about Canada. Informally deputizes white settlers as owners and protectors of private property. So it attacks the entire concept of legal of ownership of property and says it's not just legal capitalist relation, but is felt by many settlers as a deep primordial connection to the land, saying, "Oh, this is my land." Acts of settler violence will express and shape the racialized culture. What a perspective! This is extremely long. Huh. Huh. Interesting. So this is critical race theory. There's a person who said that, yeah, I guess the definition is correct. It was being talked about in that one video I shared the other day about the group discussion about critical race theory. Huh. Mhm. Let's save this website. Anyway, yeah, that was a lot of learning. Wow, dang. And there's 4 people here. Throughout the stream, we had an average of like how many? What was the average people we had? Like usually like 4. Oh, it's pretty good. Pretty good stream. Is Canada hitting episodes or something? No, there appears to be some scholars in Canada who are arguing that the most fundamental societal structures of Canada promote a white nationalism, the resurgence of white nationalism. One of them being the actual ownership of property in Canada. They describe it as the Canadian government informally deputizing or giving law enforcement authority to people who own their piece of land to protect it. But they're saying that that thing is racist in itself because people don't just feel like they're protecting it because they own it. They feel like they have a much deeper bond to that land that goes beyond just the whole capitalist system. At least that's my recollection of it. Hey, hi, I wasn't there. Oh, okay. About 3 to 4. Kind of just listened for the last half of it, but I liked it. I appreciate you actually looking into things. And yeah, like I thank you. I try to fairly analyze it. Um, yeah, I try. Not perfect, but I certainly will try. But like for example, the discussion with Biz earlier that was interesting. So I have family members who have similar views about the mandates, the vaccines that Biz has. However, the problem is that my family members who have that position are incredibly hard to talk to, unfortunately, and I can't get a word in. Unlike today, I was able to get a word in. Um, but yeah, I like having that discussion because it's a discussion I wish I could be having with another family member, but I keep getting cut off every time I try to make a point, which is frustrating. But I'm too passive when it comes to arguments, so I don't know how to assert myself in arguments. Um, yeah. I'm getting real tired. It's 11:44. I gotta do my nightly prayers, and gotta go to work in the morning. What does my calendar look like? What is my calendar look like for tomorrow? Yeah, I'm gonna get my ass ready for bed. Alrighty, guys. I will stream. Tomorrow's busy. Let's see. Maybe tomorrow evening. Tomorrow evening. Tomorrow evening. Yeah, I'll do tomorrow evening. See. But yeah, thanks for watching, guys. I'll tweet again. Follow me on IBDL. Follow me on IBDL _IBDL, and I'll tweet again when I am about to stream. But yeah. Yeah, good night, guys. Good night, Zabza.